First, in this morning's closed session, the Board of Governors voted unanimously to appoint Dr. Rowena Tomaning for the exempt position of Deputy Chancellor for the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office. The Board of Governors also voted unanimously to extend the term of Chancellor Sonia Christian's employment contract for a period of 2 additional years, with the extended term of employment continuing through May 31st, 2029. Wonderful. All right, now that we've finished closed session, let's hop into our standing orders of business. The first item is my president's report, and please brace yourself, team. It's a long one, so please get your coffee. Yeah. May is Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander ANHPI Heritage Month, which is a time to honor rich histories, diverse cultures, and the invaluable contributions of ANHPI communities to our state, our colleges, and our country. From arts to activism to science and public service, AANHPI leaders have shaped every corner of American life. This month, we celebrate that legacy and recommit to advancing equity, inclusion, and belonging for all. On a personal note, I feel like I make a stronger connection to my Filipino heritage year after year. I often say that I'm a horrible Filipino, but a pretty decent Filipino American. I don't speak Tagalog, but I understand it. And I make rice using a spoon and a measuring cup without getting my hands wet. Please don't tell my mom. But my redeeming quality and my joy is that I can help to elevate my fellow Filipino Americans and my fellow AANHPI in spaces like policy and government, where we are historically underrepresented, but making great progress to increase our representation and visibility as we achieve many firsts. The point of me saying this is that our firsts will not be our lasts. In any capacity, higher ed, government, and your community, we must help to pave the way for others to follow in our stead. Lift as you climb. In addition to AANHPI Month, we have much more to recognize. It is also Mental Health Awareness Month and Foster Care Month. As you know from Vision 2030, supporting our students' mental health and supporting our foster care students is a priority for us. We look forward to continuing our steadfast work on these priorities and celebrate our students every day. Especially as Member Villavicencio pointed out this morning, there are so many students who are graduating and taking on new adventures. It is truly a momentous time. I'd also like to talk about the ASU GSV Summit. At that summit, it was a national gathering that brought together leaders in education, technology, and workforce development to explore how innovation can expand access to learning and economic opportunity. I had the opportunity to participate on a panel alongside a trustee from CSU and a regent from the UC. Our conversation focused on how governing boards can stay engaged and be informed about rapidly evolving technologies, and how that engagement can shape institutional strategy to keep pace with innovation in business and in industry. What became immediately clear to me is how much the California community colleges are already doing in this space. From the creation of the Digital Innovation Infrastructure Center to the Board of Governors AI Education Series and the inclusion of industry-led presentations that showcase cutting-edge research and development, our system is actively positioning itself at the forefront of digital transformation. And yet, yes, it was apparent that I was one of the most optimistic voices on the panel. I am glad that Chancellor Christian made this a priority in Vision 2030 by dedicating one of 3 strategic directions on generative AI and the future of learning. Thank you to the staff and the other constituent leaders who have embraced this work, and joining forces with them to advance it across our system has been a joy. I also had the opportunity to attend the annual statewide Open Educational Resources OER and Zero Textbook Cost ZTC event hosted at the College of the Canyons. The event was incredibly well attended with a diverse mix of mostly faculty from across the system. The energy in the room was positive and contagious, and it's clear there is strong momentum behind this work. I shared with attendees that the state has invested $100 million to scale ZTC efforts across our colleges. I'm happy to report that every college in the system is expected to offer at least 3 ZTC pathways by fall 2027. What's more, the scale and impact of this work has exceeded expectations. While the initial stretch goal was 500 ZTC degree and certificate pathways, colleges have already confirmed development of 890 pathways, with projections reaching nearly 1,200 statewide by fall 2027. I want to recognize James Galapagos-Clegg and the team at College of the Canyons for their leadership in this space and for hosting such a meaningful and energizing event. Their continued commitment is helping to drive this movement forward across the state. But one of the things I'm most excited to talk about is our fall campus visit. In the spring, we had a board retreat, and I asked the chancellor to organize a fall tour of college campuses with an emphasis on our rural colleges in the north and far north. The dates we are considering are September 30th through October 2nd. Please let Andrea know if you're able to participate. Finally, I'd like to recognize our outgoing Board of Governors members. Casey Chang. Casey Chang has served with distinction on the Board of Governors, bringing a vital student voice and steadfast dedication to advancing equity, access, and student success across the state. During her tenure, she has been a tireless advocate for student-centered policy and inclusive practices that reflect the lived experiences of today's learners. Her leadership has elevated the importance of engaging student perspectives in statewide decision-making, helping to shape more responsive and equitable outcomes, including initiatives aligned with the Vision 2030 goals. Casey has consistently used her platform to amplify the voices of underrepresented student communities, drawing from her prior leadership as the student trustee for the West Valley Mission Community College District and as vice president of communication for the Student Senate of the California Community Colleges. Her legacy of service, advocacy, and authentic student leadership will continue to guide future generations. Thank you, Casey. Next is Nan Gomez-Heitzberg. Nan Gomez-Heitzberg has served on the Board of Governors with distinction, drawing from more than 4 decades of educational leadership and a steadfast commitment to student equity and access. Her remarkable career, from classroom educator to college administrator to state-level board member, has left a lasting impact on the California Community Colleges system and the communities it serves. Nan has been a powerful advocate for strengthening pathways for underserved students, championing diversity and inclusion, and elevating the needs of rural and underrepresented populations across the state. Her thoughtful approach to governance has helped to shape policies grounded in compassion and equity, advancing the goals of Vision 2030 and ensuring that every student has the opportunity to thrive. As a founding member of the California Community Colleges Women's Caucus, Nan also played a vital role in uplifting and advocating for women across all levels of the system. Her legacy of service and unwavering commitment to student success will continue to inspire future leaders for generations to come. Thank you very much, Nan. And finally, Felicia Escobar Carrillo. Felicia has served on the Board of Governors with passion, insight, and a profound understanding of the intersections between education, immigration policy, and equity. Drawing from her extensive federal and policy experience, she has been a steadfast advocate for immigrant and first-generation students, helping to shape a more inclusive and student-ready community college system. Her contributions have been instrumental in advancing the goals of Vision 2030, ensuring that every student, regardless of background or circumstance, has the support they need to thrive. Felicia's expertise in public policy has guided the development of more equitable practices across the system, while her deep belief in education as a tool for empowerment and transformation has been a guiding light in her service. She has been a key voice in reinforcing the role of California community colleges as a powerful engine of upward mobility, changing our students' lives and our communities for the better. Thank you very much, Felicia. We extend our deepest appreciation to the 3 of you for your commitment to the board and for being incredible partners and true advocates for our students. You will all be missed. I know that Felicia wants to make a few remarks, so I'll turn the microphone over to her now.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. And I'm sorry I was not able to be there in person. But, just wanted to say thank you. It's been an absolute privilege to serve on the Board of Governors. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, good. I'm on like two phones right now, or two gadgets so that I can hear you all. But anyway, I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure to serve on the board with all of you, and to really learn about the extraordinary work of our 116 colleges across California. Um, I know that from all of our meetings and all of our conversations with the leadership of our colleges that they really care about helping our students thrive academically, professionally, and personally. They want to make sure that our students have all the tools they need to succeed and can bring their best selves to the classroom. Um, I've been incredibly inspired by our college's leadership, including faculty, classified employees, and other administrators, as well as our students. And we spoke we just heard about the wonderful service of Casey. I see Love on the line as well. I know that I've also really appreciating hearing from our student board members, and getting a better sense of what it really is like on the ground, and the struggles that they're facing every day, so that their voice is always in our minds and in our actions, as we're meeting and convening and discussing important policies. I've also really enjoyed learning about the partnerships that our colleges have on the ground, and that they're building every day. From my first board meeting at Riverside Community College to my last event with you all at the retreat in Santa Barbara Community College, it's really always been energizing to go to our campuses, to see their work in action. My only regret is that I wasn't able to go to more colleges to see the work. But I know that we always were able to get a really great curated a list of leaders that would get put on our agenda so we could hear directly from them at our board meetings. The chancellor's office team is such an incredible group of true professionals that are talented and dedicated to the work that we do every day serving our students. They're so talented that I know sometimes we have a hard time not getting them stolen away from us, to do more great things across the country and across our state. But I'm really enjoyed getting to learn from them, seeing how they've taken ideas, and remarks that we've made at board meetings and really turned them into action, and just ran with some of the ideas that we had. It's just incredible to see. Sonia, I just want to thank you for serving as our chancellor. I think the most impactful decision I was a part of was our decision to select you as our chancellor. You were a force with boundless energy and a deep commitment to our students, and I look forward to watching you continue to implement and adapt Vision 2030. As you often say, our time is now, and I'm sure it will continue to be. And then to my fellow board members, I've just really appreciated our camaraderie, learning from each of you, your different perspectives on the future of our colleges, our state, and even our country. It's just been such a joy and so much fun to get to know you. I will treasure our time together, and I hope to stay in touch. And thank you also to Governor Newsom, who initially appointed me back in 2019. It's been an incredible experience, and I will always be grateful for the opportunity to get to know our colleges. Back over to you.
Casey or Nan, did you want to say a few words? Go ahead.
Thank you so much for your kind remarks, Hildy. Being a young Asian American, I look to you for inspiration, and you're just a true leader. And I know you inspire other student leaders, because during the last Student Senate conference that we both attended, I heard from other people saying that, like, oh, Hildy was amazing. Her speech, her opening remarks were just amazing. And I've also had other people come up to me in person and say, will you introduce me to Hildy? I really, really want to meet her. And I'm always like, yes, absolutely, because you're always so open and warm. And that goes for everyone else on the board. I came in having student leadership experience, but this is a completely different territory. And so for future student members, take every day as it comes, because everything is a new experience. I didn't think I was going to have the opportunity to lead a climate student fellows opportunity, because that wasn't something that was open for me when I was in community college and when I was going through. And I definitely would have been interested, and knowing that I had the ability to open doors for future students is just so heartwarming. And I'm just very grateful for the opportunities that this board has given me. And I'm just appreciative of everyone here, because I truly believe that you've helped me grow as a leader, as a young adult, and helped me figure out what I really want to do in the future. And that's more community involvement and giving back to my community. Thank you.
It's funny because when I speak at conferences like that, I get to come up before Casey. And when Casey comes up after me, she knocks it out of the park. So I just stand in her shadows, and it's such an honor to do so. Nan, I don't know if you can hop on, but if you want to say a few words, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Hildy. I too considered it an honor to be considered and appointed by the governor, and certainly to be able to serve with all of you is something that I will take with me and include in my memory bank for all of the 40 years that I've been associated with the community colleges. This is certainly one of the highlights. I thought I knew a lot about community colleges until I got to the Board of Governors. And then I realized there is so much more to learn. Sitting with all of you and hearing from the field, from the people who work every day on campuses, from faculty, from classified staff, from the chancellor's office team, I really had a deep understanding of the complexity of the work that is done every day on behalf of 2.2 million students and the potential 6.8 million students that we could serve. And I came to understand, or at least began to understand, that every decision that is made by the Board of Governors is a decision that can impact all of California. That's the power of community colleges. And I know we say that, but when I attended the Bakersfield College graduation last Friday, and I saw those students walk across the stage, it became very real for me, because as one of my favorite students from Lake Mendocino College used to say, every data point is a student with a lived experience. And when I saw those 400 plus high school students who graduated with an AA and a high school diploma, I thought about you, Dr. Chancellor Christian, and the program that you started for rural students. And that really truly was equity in action. I know it's an understatement to say to all of you who are totally aware of this, this is unprecedented and challenging times. But I've observed on this board insight, experience, thoughtful deliberation, and unwavering commitment. It will take all of that and more during this time. And I believe that this is the right group of people at the right time to negotiate these uncharted waters. For my part, I'll continue to support the students and the people who work on their behalf in whatever way I can, and to support all of you. I'll carry your legend into the field whenever I have an opportunity. Thank you.
Phil just said that you're a legend yourself, and I totally agree. So thank you very much. To the three of you, it's so sad to see three such powerful, brilliant women rolling off our board, but we look forward to who will be sitting in your chairs the next time around. So as usual, team, we have to get on to the rest of the agenda. We have much more to celebrate. We have important items, and we have a schedule that we've had to alter a little bit to adjust for presenters who have traveled to Sacramento. So I will now turn it over to Chancellor Christian for her report.
So good morning. You know, definitely feeling the comments made by Casey and Nan and Felicia. It's been an honor working with you and the Chancellor's Office staff. I've really enjoyed working with the three of you. So now to my report. Hildy already recognized May to be the month of Asian American Pacific Islander mental health, foster youth. And Syrian was trying to have all of us coordinate our attire, our traditional attire. And so I took out my sari to wear today and then said maybe not because it would have been too complicated an endeavor. And in Sacramento, let's just say that in May, the talk of the town is the May revise. So on May 14th, the governor released the May revision to the state budget, which reflects a $16 billion state budget deficit. And the governor messaged that the federal economic and policy shifts continue to shape California's fiscal outlook. As the fourth largest economy in the world and a key hub for international trade, California is particularly vulnerable to the ripple effects of trade disputes, which may dampen revenue growth and strain employment in affected sectors, factors that will inevitably impact state revenue and, by extension, public services and institutions like ours. Frankly, I braced myself for steep reductions to our January budget gains. And yes, the May revise reflects reductions across the board. But there is good news. In the May revise, our system received a net increase of $214 million in core funding, including $104 million to fully fund the student-centered funding formula and $109.5 million to support 2.3% enrollment growth, which is a significant jump from the 0.5% proposed in the January budget. This is a powerful affirmation of the role California community colleges play in economic resilience and mobility, particularly during difficult fiscal times. Although I was disappointed, so were everyone across the system, that various investments that were made in the January budget were reduced. Yet the governor still retained most of the line items with reduced numbers, again showing his commitment to initiatives within the California community colleges. For example, the Common Cloud Data Platform still has $12 million in one-time funding, Rising Scholars $10 million, Credit for Prior Learning $15 million in one-time funding and $5 million ongoing, and the Career Passport $25 million. An important point to note is that the May revision proposes to allocate Prop 98 funds tied to transitional kindergarten expansion before, okay, that's a key phrase here, before recalculating the K-12 CCC split. This adjustment reduces our share by $492 million and $230 million that has been a permanent ongoing reduction. We know there is more work to be done in the coming weeks as we move forward towards a final budget. It is essential that during this time that the California community colleges remain unified in our advocacy and in our message. So moving now to the federal landscape, over the past several months, our office has engaged with system leaders in response to a rapidly shifting federal policy landscape, providing timely updates, legal context, and steady guidance as colleges faced a series of unprecedented federal action affecting higher education. Early communications focused on executive orders that threatened immigration protections and access to federal funding. These directives generated uncertainty across the system, and the Chancellor's office worked to clarify what was legally binding, what was symbolic, and how the California's community colleges remained aligned with both state and federal law. As federal developments accelerated, the Chancellor's office strengthened internal coordination, improved communication infrastructure, and expanded external engagement. A weekly communication jointly developed by the GR Division and the Public Information Division continues to be distributed to the field to ensure that colleges remained informed. The Office of General Counsel maintains close coordination with the Attorney General's office and the governor's legal team, while our staff remain in active conversation with the other two segments of higher education, as well as our national partners. Federal activities range from efforts to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education to international student visa revocation, followed by court rulings that temporarily blocked the executive action, followed by reinstatement of international student visas. Executive orders addressing accreditation, workforce alignment, AI integration, and academic freedom were all part of a package that was released several weeks ago. While some elements of this federal agenda align with the goals of Vision 2030, particularly around workforce and technology, others pose long-term challenges to institutional autonomy. The California community colleges have been steady through this constantly shifting federal landscape. We remain steadfast in our commitment to serving all of our students, particularly those who are most vulnerable. So now on to some good news, and I see Paige beaming because in anticipation. I remember the text page that you sent me when you were notified about this national award. The Educate, Elevate podcast received national recognition from the National Council for Marketing and Public Relations. The podcast was awarded Gold and Best in Show from over 1,700 nationwide submissions, honoring its excellence in storytelling, relevance, and impact. The award-winning episode commemorated the 70th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education and featured powerful voices, including Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, board member and past president, Pamela Haynes, and CSU president, Luke Wood. And this was moderated by our own Dr. Abdul Malik Bull. And here is a slide with the picture of the award. And I just wanted to brag that we've received 4 awards, a gold for a regional award, a gold for social media teaser videos, and then the Paragon National Award for the podcast category and the Best in Show Award. So let's give them a round of applause. And on the next slide, you can see a selfie that Linda Vasquez took of our entire team here. You can see Linda and Paige and Dr. Ball, and that's Syria and Rowena and Gina and Chris all celebrating the award. So before we close, I want to take a moment to recognize 3 exceptional faculty leaders, Cheryl Oschenbach, Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, and Eric Kulyamagi. As they attend their final Board of Governors meeting in their roles as the Academic Senate President, President of FAC, and President of CCA. There is something uniquely meaningful about the first group of people you work with when you step into a new role. When I began as chancellor in June of 2023, these were the faculty voices at Consultation Council. Wendy and Eric were already seasoned pros. They understood the landscape well, and I imagine they greeted the new chancellor with a healthy dose of professional curiosity and maybe just a pinch of skepticism. Cheryl and I, on the other hand, were newcomers together. We were rookies navigating new responsibilities and figuring things out one conversation at a time. Over the past 2 years, it has been a privilege and a joy to collaborate with all three of you. Whether we were discussing complex policy or engaging in spirited debate, which was anchored in trust, a deep, unshakable trust in each other's integrity, a trust in and value in our differing perspectives, and in our shared commitment to our students, always unwavering commitment to our students. These leadership roles are not easy. They require long hours, personal sacrifice, and frankly, a stress tolerance that should probably come with a wellness stipend. And yet, each of you brought not only your intellect, but you brought your entire self, your full being, to these conversations, your courage, your conviction, and your humor. Our team at the Chancellor's Office has deeply appreciated working with you. We have learned from you. We have laughed with you. We have admired the way you have carried these responsibilities with fierceness and genuine respect for our office and for each of us. On behalf of the entire Chancellor's Office, thank you for your service. Thank you for your partnership and your unwavering belief in the mission of our colleges. We will miss you. So there is a party at 5 o'clock after the Board of Governors meeting. That is if Hildy is able to get us out in time. So you're all welcome to join us. And if you need details, you can ask Andrea for them. So I'm going to wrap up with a set of slides, which I usually do because pictures really paint a picture way better than words. So in the first slide, you can see what have I been up to? I was at the Blue Economy Conference. We continue to work on our climate agenda, and that's your climate fellows that you see out there. And thanks to Casey Chang, we have 2 new student climate fellows. Moving to the next slide, you will see since our meeting, there was the Advocacy Day. I was not able to attend, and you see pictures of Rowena, Casey, and Syrian. It was an amazing event. On to the next slide. Oh my God. Casey and Love, Hildy was texting me during the event, and she was just bragging about how fabulous the 2 of you were at the Student General Assembly. Moving to the next slide. Oh, this is a fantastic picture. I just love the picture, so I included it. It was the Apahi conference. You see Syrian, Rowena, and James. Moving to the next slide. This was the ASU GSV Summit that Hildy talked about. And you see her there presenting and with optimism and alacrity. And you see the team there. We had lunch together, and Jeffrey Baum insisted that we take a photograph. Moving to the next slide. This was the ASCCC event, and Cheryl and I started a conversation at the front end when she started as president and I started as chancellor. And this was her last ASCCC plenary. It was great conversation. You see a picture there with Adrian Brown. I love that picture, and I love the expression on Member Brown's face. And then you see our chancellor's office, great team. They were actually presenting on the national landscape. So it was really a good conversation. Moving to the next slide. Let's see, what do I have? So next slide. That's it. All right. That concludes my report. Thank you.
I don't know if I was invited to this party, probably because we're going to get out late. So everyone, stay on time. And with that, let's move on to the consent calendar, everyone. It's item 3.1. I will pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
Just approval of minutes, President Aguinaldo, yeah.
Okay. No speaker necessary. Any board comments? Any public comments?
The consent calendar is now open for public comment. For virtual attendees, please use the raised hand feature. If you're calling in, press *9. We will begin with public comments in Sacramento and then move on to virtual comments. You will have 2 minutes. President Aquilano, we have not received any in-person remarks and no hands raised.
Thank you very much, Andrea. May I have a motion? Thank you, Member Haynes.
Second.
Thank you, Member Chang. Andrea, may I have a vote, please?
Love Adu. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Aye.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos.
Aye.
Syrian Villavicencio.
Aye.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Team, we are popping down to section 5, information and reports. As I mentioned at the head of the meeting, we're rearranging some things to accommodate some speakers. We're now moving to item 5.6, which is the AI educational series, incubating innovation through district and industry collaborations. And with that, I'd like to pass it to visiting Executive Hayward and Executive in Residence Hadsel.
So I got a text from Dr. Craig Hayward that he is en route, but we're going to go ahead and start with the item because we have planes to catch among our presenters. So I'll turn it over to Jory Hadsel.
Thank you so much, and good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. And on behalf of Craig Hayward, we're really pleased to bring to you the next installment of the AI educational series. We do have a couple of slides as well. Great. And so as part of your AI educational series, today the panel is going to highlight how California community colleges are not only adopting advanced technologies, but helping to shape them, partnering with technology providers to incubate innovation with artificial intelligence and to solve real-world challenges that create barriers for our students, staff, and supporting institutional resilience. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'd like to introduce Dr. Jeannie Kim, president of Santiago Canyon College, who's joining us today, as well as Kiran Koditala, CEO of End-to-End Services. Next slide, please. Throughout our presentation today, you'll hear powerful examples where local colleges sparked creative partnerships that are now delivering impact far beyond a single campus. We'll preview AI-powered fraud detection using LightLeap AI, a tool that was co-developed with End-to-End Services and now in use in many districts across the state to protect financial aid integrity and reduce staff burnout. We'll preview an apprenticeship tracking tool that was developed at Santiago Canyon College that's powered by AI and really works to support frontline educators and workforce partners to support students and accelerate their apprenticeship journeys. And additionally, we'll talk about accelerating the student journey and supporting students through other AI innovations and automations that break down barriers, for example, for incarcerated learners, for students taking courses across our colleges, and connecting students with basic needs resources. So we're very excited to showcase some of the fantastic work that's happening on the ground. These examples together represent a new model. It's one where we create and pilot locally, validate collaboratively, and scale strategically across our system. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly begin with the first story, and this has to do with a topic we'll also hear more about later today, which is detecting and eliminating fraud. This started, and prior to my role here as executive in residence, I'm also the CTO and Vice Chancellor for Technology at the Foothill De Anza Community College District. So this project started as a targeted response to a growing crisis we were feeling locally at Foothill De Anza. In early 2024, our district was targeted by waves of fraudulent applications, attacks that, as we know, are designed to exploit our open systems and financial aid processes. Locally, our admissions and financial aid teams were overwhelmed and exhausted. Internal fraud tools were no longer keeping up with the speed and the sophistication of the threat that we were facing. Our frontline teams were stretched thin, forced to manually triage thousands of suspicious applications and working manually with our faculty to identify fraudulent registrations and to safeguard financial aid dollars. Out of necessity and a recognition that we needed a better, more modern tool set, we partnered with End2End and with Kieran to co-design an AI model that we could train on our institutional data and the experiences and the patterns of abuse and fraud that we had seen. Around the same time this challenge emerged, kind of coincidentally, we had just started a beta project with End2End and with the West Valley Mission Community College District, where we were focusing initially on some higher order things like how to help students with course recommendations and other pieces to accelerate their journey. But seeing the urgency and the need for a fraud detection solution, we pivoted. We thought, how can we leverage AI to accelerate our ability to combat this problem? We worked quickly and we worked iteratively with a fail fast mentality. And by summer, we were testing a model against our historical records. More testing and validation from our fantastic, tireless A&R and financial aid experts followed. And by the time fall registration cycle started, we very quietly put this into production alongside our existing system. And within weeks, we recognized that it was outperforming every tool we had previously built. The key to real innovation is what happens next. And that was when West Valley Mission, as a beta partner, said, we'll take it and we'll try it as well. So without changing the model, they ran it on their historical data and their results confirmed what we'd hoped. The system worked. It could identify patterns across different institutions and the model could learn and adapt quickly. And very shortly thereafter, Santiago Canyon College reached out and became the third beta district. And just as they were facing a similar type of surge, with a fast turnaround implementation, Lightleap helped Santiago Canyon address the problem, and President Kim will share more in just a moment about her story. I just want to add one final tag on this, which is from those three colleges, adoption spread quietly and quickly, driven not by a mandate, but by the results of the product. And as of today, 48 colleges in our system have locally adopted this solution. Behind that growth was also a quiet but critical role of the new Digital Center for Innovation, Transformation, and Equity. And by leveraging the ethos and the connections forged through that center, more than 20 colleges followed Santiago Canyon to become implementation partners and to help further train and improve the model. That's what system-level innovation can look like. Start small, prove the value, and build momentum through trust, evidence, and collaboration. So to bring the story to life, I'll stop talking and turn it over to President Kim, whose team saw firsthand how this can impact students.
Much, Jory. So at Santiago Canyon College in fall of 2024, we were hit with the fraudulent enrollments at an unprecedented level. We were below at about 10% of where we had originally been as a result of the fast enrollment drops that the faculty were having to initiate as a result of the bots that were just inundating their classes. What we also saw was that the bots had actually become a little bit smarter, and they were now also attacking our wait lists. What this was doing was effectively keeping our students out. And so we were in a position of having to find a solution. And fortunately, I was able to attend the AI conference back in fall of 2024, saw the testimony and the presentation from End2End and from the two other districts. And I literally went up to Kieran after that presentation and I said, I need that product and I need it now. And I shook hands with him and said, this is what we can do it for. Let's get this going. And that's how it was implemented. And we implemented it in unprecedented time, in about 2 weeks time frame, because we were able to hit the second 8 weeks of courses. To give you some numbers as to what this was actually doing, before the actual end-to-end solution was put into place, in addition to the other steps that we had put in already, the ID.me, as well as other phone calling and verification systems that we had already implemented locally, we had around 10,000 enrollments that were fraudulent. And so we had to actually take them out of our system And when we did that, of course, our enrollment numbers in our FTS dropped tremendously. But we needed to do it because we needed to bring our real students in. And so we were able to replace those 10,000 or so with about 8,000 real student enrollments. And that saved the day for our students, because up until that point, our faculty counselors and our students were clamoring for these classes that they could not gain access to. And it was a true access issue. The fraudulent enrollments, as it's being played out in the media, is being sort of pictured or painted as something that is uncontrollable. I am actually here to say that it is controllable. We have a 99% efficacy rate with the implementation that we have done. It is multi-tiered, multi-level, but what we have been able to do is to keep the fraudulent bots out off of our enrollments as well as off of our wait lists, and make sure that real students are in with all of the verification systems. And we are also a part of the bilateral API system, providing the fraudulent enrollment information back to the state and receiving that information so that we can continue this effort on behalf of our college as well as our district.
Thank you, President Kim. We go to the next slide, and Karen, perhaps you'd like to say a few words about that effort.
I think Dr. Kim and Dr. Hatzel has brought it up to life on how this started, but how it grew and evolved from probably a beta partnership with Futa Alianza and about 48 colleges so far is a story in itself. And just like Dr. Kim has explained, it all started with Future Summit, where I was on the stage talking about fraud detection, and then we had a panel discussion with West Valley and Futa Alianza, and this panel discussion led to me meeting with Dr. Kim. But after this, the word started spreading, and a lot of institutions, NAPA, Cerritos, and others reached out. And one of the things we've done as part of this strategy is to say, instead of, we saw the fraud as a house on fire situation. And I didn't want to be this predatory vendor that want to only give them water to put out the fire, or fire hydrant. So we wanted to say, let's just go ahead and give you the fraud reports for a month for free, to see if the fraud reports, fraud is performing as expected. So every institution since our initial institutions was what's called a try lightly pay before you buy, where each institution signs up, they'll get a chance to see the model's returns of the fraud reports. And as a result of that, they'll be able to verify if the frauds that they're seeing match what they're looking at. And the way we do it is not just by giving you fraud reports for summer 25 or spring 25. We give it for previous terms as well, fall 24, spring 24, others, so that they can say over the last year, this is how we found the frauds, by calling the numbers, checking the emails, checking their Google Maps. But here's what the system can do in 2 hours since we signed up the access. And that's what led us to this great innovation. But none of this would not have been possible if not for the great partnership with Futa Alianza, West Valley, and Santiago Canyon. Also the digital center itself. The digital center itself has created this way in which institutions can say, we can sign up quickly, where we were able to give them almost 50% discount to allow them to participate in it as part of the digital center innovation. So to case in point, in the last 8 months, we processed close to 3 million admissions applications, and we caught over 360,000 fraudsters from defrauding taxpayers, stealing classes from students, and also, most importantly, making Dr. Kim and other leaders like her from waking up in the middle of the night worried about their enrollment being fraud or not. Jory?
Thank you, Karen. So we wanted to touch on a couple of additional issues, and that is maybe an innovation that sprang out of that initial partnership with fraud. And Dr. Kim, would you like to share that?
One of the approaches that we've been taking at Santiago Canyon College in relation to the artificial intelligence revolution that's currently taking shape is to really look at our pain points. I meet with our tenure track faculty every semester. And in one of those conversations, the faculty identified that we have a backlog in terms of the way that we're processing apprenticeship certificates as well as degrees. It's about 3 years because everything was being done done by hand. And it's because we're doing course replacements and trying to do that work and do the due diligence with all of the various different anomalies, as well as the various course substitutions that are feasible and possible for apprentices. We have one of the largest apprenticeship programs in the state. We're second largest right now. We vie for it with American River College on a regular basis. But we have 7,500 apprentices. So this is a lot of students that we're talking about. And a 3-year backlog is no good for anybody. And so what we were trying to do was to solve that pain point. So I called N2N up. I understand the capacities of what artificial intelligence is able to do. Take things like comprehensive course substitution mechanisms and having it be something that is a contextualized base versus having it be linear. And all other systems are relational and linear and does not necessarily get to what we need in terms of the course substitutions and then the degree audits. And so we were able to actually come up with that solution, and it's now in place. And we have actually successfully gone through over 350, I believe, cases. And we will now be implementing this writ large, taking our 3-year wait list in terms of degree and certificate awarding down, hopefully just to a few months. And this will help our faculty members because they will now be verifying, not having to actually manually do each of these substitutions by hand. And so this is the power of artificial intelligence. And again, I think that one of the things that we're trying to do at Santiago Canyon College is to emphasize how we use AI and this new tool that's available to us to operationalize it in a way that we are solving the pain points that are of service to our students and to our faculty, as well as our classified and administrators.
And we had a couple of slides too. We kind of rolled past, but if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, I can kind of talk through what Dr. Kim is talking about is that one of the biggest issues with apprenticeship tracking is the level of information that comes along with it. And it's not just like a transfer student where a student goes to University of Notre Dame and goes to University of Illinois and you're mapping it. You were talking about carpentry courses, welding courses, and others. If we go to the next slide, here's an example of how it takes all the information from a master report, a transcript, and maps it to the requirements and literally gives something like a degree audit using the power of AI. And none of this is because we are programming this in a rules-based fashion. Just like fraud model, it is building this real time, saying this is a transcript, this M101 maps to C101 here, and that's the whole idea of AI-powered recommendations. And there's one more slide. We're going to talk through this.
So as a result of this, what we are trying to do is to be able to, again, expedite the credentialing and the degree pieces of it. But we also see, of course, the broader implication of this. We will be able to do this in relation to credit for prior learning, for example. We will be able to apply it in those instances in terms of the degree audits. And these are solutions that are not that expensive. And so given our current budgetary times and given the kinds of circumstances that we are in with the feds, I think that looking for solutions that are going to provide the support to our faculty members in real time and working in partnership with them. I can't emphasize enough what the partnership has been. Kieran and his team meets directly with our apprenticeship counselors, and they help guide how this all is supposed to work. And that kind of interaction, along with our managers and our classified professionals that are also a part of this mix, is what is developing these kinds of products in record time. This conversation began in February of this year, and we have now already developed the beta and are implementing it right now at Santiago Canyon College. So the speed with which we're able to operate and to make changes within the system is actually literally at light speed at this point. And I think that's really the great news is, again, given the kind of budgetary times that we're in and the level of accountability that we need to provide to the state legislature. I want to go back just a second to the fraudulent enrollment conversation, because right now, again, it's being painted in the media as something that we're not doing something about. The colleges are actively working on this issue. The state chancellor's office is actively working on this issue. I have met with the teams personally intentionally, and we know what the efforts are. But as Jory emphasized, it is in the background, and we are doing it quietly. But we are also very cognizant of the fact that Hold Harmless is coming to an end, and the enrollments that we have are definitely very precious. But we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers, and the CEOs realize that. And so I want you all as BOG members to understand that we are actively working on this. We're constantly vigilant around this issue, and that we are doing everything in our power to be able to make sure that we are taking the taxpayer dollars and making sure that every cent goes to student success.
Thank you so much. And then finally, Kieran, thought you could walk us through some other student support examples briefly. We go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, I think like Dr. Hatzel and Dr. Kim are talking about, when we started LightLeap as a product, the idea was always to make it truly simple for the student to be able to access all their resources. And that's what led us to LightLeap AI as a product that allows the student to be able to just go to a chatbot and search for things. And we built an operating system around it, so it was easy for us to pivot and build a fraud detection model, pivot and build an apprenticeship tracking model. But a lot of this was us to say, instead of us building it in vacuum, we want to partner with different institutions with a specific problem in mind. And one of the cool things that happened almost a couple of months ago when I was at CSSO conference was I was sitting right next to Clint, and he was talking about Rising Scholars, where we have this huge problem, Kieran, where we are trying to help learners who are in prisons, who are incarcerated learners or rising scholars, where they're sending handwritten admissions applications, handwritten essays, handwritten letters, and it's taking us weeks to be able to read it. And even after we read it, there is no way to audit it. Next slide, please. And as a result of that, a lot of times that's what happens, where you are having counselors just sit in and try to read handwriting. And, I know they say things are like doctors' handwriting, but if you look at some people's like my handwriting, nobody will be able to read it. Forget about AI. So we were able to test it by taking 300 or so applications from this incarcerated learners or rising scholars, and we were able to quickly see that AI is outperforming any human's ability to read, including our own. We were able to test it quickly, and we processed about 300 admissions applications, and our goal is by end of next week, we are able to at least build the admissions application so that instead of rising scholars sending applications to people who are reading the application, AI is going to read it, process it, directly push it into Colleague. Next slide, please. And as we built this, we realized that the biggest problem for documents in general is the fact that there's a document ingestion problem, and document ingestion can come in many forms. It can be letters, it can be essays from handwritten documents, or it can be actual other documents as well, where a transfer student is submitting a transcript for a home college to be able to apply. So we presented this, next slide, please. We presented this to California Virtual Campus, and we realized that they want to use this to stop this backlog. So one of the biggest issues that's occurring with California Virtual Campus is students are able to register 3 or 4 colleges through CVC process, but they're having a difficult time to say, how does this M101 at Foothill De Anza map to M103 at Los Rios or vice versa? And it's an incredibly manual process because there's articulation rules are established, but they are not established at the scale we're looking at. So now we are implementing the same system we used to read the requirements for apprenticeship tracking, and also handwritten documents of Los Rios at Palo Verde at California Virtual Campus to map home college courses with teaching colleges. And we have another cool initiative that's going on with Mission Cares, where the students are submitting their request using a form for basic needs, housing issues, food insecurity issues for EOPS and others. And it's taking them days to be able to find out if this is a real student or not and what help they need. So we're using AI to assign a counselor directly and quickly so that students will get the help they need as quickly as possible as part of Mission Cares under President Avon's leadership. Thank you, Jory.
Thank you, Karen, for sharing those examples. And I'm particularly heartened to see one of our small rural colleges really benefiting from the AI innovation that's happening here as well. It's not just the bigger districts that are able to participate. So that was essentially our presentation. We have another slide. I promise I did not put myself in a superhero costume. Somebody else did. But, coming attractions, right? Would you like to say a couple words about the avatar?
Sure. So again, at SEC, we are trying to utilize the AI and the avatars to be able to utilize them for communication purposes. So we're in development right now to create an avatar of our student services vice president, Christopher Sweeten, and he will be Mr. Hawk, and he will answer every question that a student may have in any language that the student may want to speak in. And that's the power of artificial intelligence and generative AI if we are utilizing it well. I am actually also planning on utilizing an avatar to be able to speak, to do my speech for convocation in multiple languages this fall and preparing in that direction. And again, the idea here is to be able to make ourselves much more accessible to our faculty, to our students, to our employees in general, but vastly to our community. And our community is expanding very, very quickly. And what we need to do is to be able to continue to speak their language literally now in ways that are unprecedented. We're also going to be implementing this across our continuing education and adult learner populations. The power of this in relation to our ESL communities is just astounding. And our faculty members are actively utilizing these technologies, again, to be able to bridge gaps where we weren't able to do so previously. These are unprecedented times. These are exciting times. And I'm very happy to say that at SCC, at Santiago Canyon College, and in our district, our faculty are beginning to embrace it, and we are becoming leaders in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, thank you for sharing your story. We'll hand it back for any questions that you may have for us.
So thank you all for the incredible presentation. Just really interested in all of the other work that we're doing. We know that a lot of the challenges we face, especially around financial aid fraud and fraudulent enrollment and taking the students' seats away from them by these bots, is going to take an all-of-the-above approach to solve. And I think this is a great first step, first implementation of it. Very glad to see, Dr. Kim, that you were there with the Future Summit, and I remember seeing the presentation as well that you were in. And just a plug, Future Summit coming up again this year. So just have to put that out there. If you're interested in seeing things like this, it's a great place to start. So just really excited for this work. I appreciate you all. So board comments, Member LeGrand.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. That was really quite nice. I guess trying to figure out how do you get ahead of we're not doing enough. Part of it is really a challenge, I think, always. I had a question, maybe it was in there and I just missed it. So if a student is unclear about what they should major in, but you took their transcript and sent it through this process, could it recommend for them what possible certificate programs they would be a part of?
That's definitely a future iteration of what we've been thinking about and talking about. So part of what End-to-End was originally creating was exactly along those lines. It was to be able to provide recommendations to students and to be able to take in all of that information. So some of the other things that we've been talking about is taking students that have credit for prior learning, but has not been necessarily articulated just yet, those experiences. It's very difficult to capture that and to be able to quantify that in a way that makes sense in relation to the curriculum. And the faculty have to be a part of those different systems, correct? But we need to be able to do this not just at one college level, because if one experience is validated by one faculty member, similar to the way that MAP is working for our military, we need to be able to do this across the board and across all 118 colleges, including our continuing education colleges.
As part of this, just to add to what Dr. Kim is saying, we are trying to do this apprenticeship tracking where a student, a lot of times there is like drywall and carpentry and different programs where there's like overlap of programs. And also these students are not going on a specific pathway, so they're taking some random courses. So as part of this, we are saying, here's the program you intended to do and you're 80% complete here. But by the way, you also met 65% of the requirements for another program so that they can get a twofer. AI is able to do that analysis in seconds.
That's great. Member Brown.
As you all were talking, I thought about the movie I, Robot and how there were the bots that were red and evil, and then there were the blue ones that actually helped combat against that. And so as a framework for thinking about all of this, I think it's really important we keep that in mind, that if there are villain bots out there, that we can create hero bots to combat those issues. However, also, we also don't want to end up creating something which I've been experiencing a lot, where you're trying to reach out and get assistance and talk to a human, and you end up in a endless loop with a chat bot that never takes you anywhere that you need to go, and it doesn't understand your questions. So we need to be really careful with that. And I'm also thinking about beyond our security threats and fraud, and this is absolutely essential. I think I framed it before as learning how to lock up our house better, right? But when I think about locking my car, isn't it wonderful that there are smart keys now for people that have newer vehicles, that it's impossible to lock your keys in your car now if you have that. So we can also think more expansively about not just combating the threat, but okay, now what did we learn from this? And now how can we apply it to other pain points, as you mentioned? Two that I can think of right away. CCC apply. Also assist. And I'm also thinking about what board member Costa has spoken about in the past, which is how can we work with our CSU and UC partners on building something custom that will better serve our students. I'm thinking about not just a website. When Assist was updated in 2016, it turned purple, but worked exactly the same. When it was most recently updated, now you can see 2 plans at once within one browser. Yay, I already have browser tabs. I don't need that. So how can we actually make it more student friendly, also faculty friendly, so that people can easily see what connections that we have? So I'm thinking about something more expansive, something more accessible, maybe an app, but also custom built. I know that there's already custom solutions. As a UC student, which I'm sure Member Chang can attest to, the technology solutions that they have are custom built. And so can we rely on them and partner with them to help us build something that's intersegmentally funded?
So you're talking my language.
Yes.
I come from the UCs and the CSUs, and that's where majority of my career was actually. I think that, and I'm also now the co-chair of TTAC. And I serve as the CEO representative for the DGAW, which is the Data Governance Advisory Group. And so all of these conversations are actually coming to fruition in those 2 groups. And we are starting to move in a direction of how do we actually work smarter, not harder, right? And Assist has been a pain point for a lot of people for a very, very long time. And I think that there are definitely these technology solutions, and especially the groundwork that we've been doing with end-to-end and what that technology has been proven to be able to do is definitely a starting point. But I also want to sort of say that, you know, there are a lot of technologies out there, and many of you attended the ASU GSV Summit, and you saw everything under the sun there. The issue is that everything is under the sun, right? And so creating that customized solution is really the way to go, but we have to have partners, technology partners that are knowledgeable and willing to get in it deep with us to be able to create those solutions. I mean, that's also going to require the partnership from the UCs and the CSUs. They're not always willing partners. And so I think that that's another part that we have to really work on in terms of the next steps that we sort of take. And if we're able to broaden the work that we're doing in TTAC to start reaching out to the technology partnerships and creating these solutions that will solve a very big pain point for all of our students as they continue to transfer to those other institutions, I think that we will be able to make a lot of strides. But the UCs and the CSUs right now are utilizing their own talents. They have their own computer scientists. They have their own tech, innovative offices, et cetera. And so having those conversations, what we are trying to do, at least at SCC, is to partner with Cal State Fullerton locally and come up with that solution, and work with also with UCI. So we're starting locally, going back to Jory's model, proving the concept, and then going to expand and say, okay, here is a potential solution, and here are the different ways that we can move forward with it.
Thank you. This is very impressive work and we really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. I just want to give one last quick shout out to the work that's been done by the AI Council as well on the humans principles. One of those is keeping the human in the loop. So hopefully we don't have that chatbot loop that you referenced, because none of us want to be stuck in that loop.
I also want to build on what Dr. Kim and Jory are saying is that there's a lot of AI solutions out there. The big rule that we are looking at is obviously humans is the key rule, but also integrated and secure. The reason why we're able to quickly implement Lightleap AI in 40 plus colleges in the last 6 months is because we already have built a deep integration for the 120 plus colleges using California Virtual Campus. Illuminate, our end-to-end flagship product, is the integration layer between California Virtual Campus and the home colleges and teaching colleges. But because the plumbing is there, it allows us to securely integrate with learning management systems, student information systems, and single sign-on systems. And that allowed us to quickly get past, security and other things.
So just to underscore, previous investment by California community colleges in our infrastructure is now being leveraged to accelerate the solutions that we're bringing forward. I just want to make sure that what you said is clear to everybody. And I think another thread that runs through a lot of these conversations is the personalization component. So, to your question and the piece about building, sometimes we need to build, but sometimes we need a partner who will build if we can inform the requirements for that product, right? And ensure that it's going to serve our students and serve our institutions in the best way it can.
Member Haynes and Member Costa.
So thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if you saw me kind of jigging in my seat, but I was jigging in my seat, partly because of the speed in which change has happened relative to a number of issues that have compounded so many of our colleges. And I realize that this is sort of a project that has been focused in on about 48 colleges, you said. And so I'm wondering, and this probably isn't a question for you, but a question for the Chancellor's office relative to, I know that there are other colleges and districts out there kind of trying to figure it out too. And so the question for me is, to what extent is there a landing place on making determinations? I mean, I realize the autonomy of our districts, but on a landing place in which, one, we get that the system gets the biggest bang for the successful work that's being done, as opposed to, well, this is our project and we're going to kind of do this because we like this vendor, and it not really being developed in a way where it's not a matter of like, it's a matter of accomplishing what the goals are.
I'm so glad you asked, because I know our technology and innovation team has spent a lot of time thinking through several nuances to the question. The first one is in the ed tech space, and we are fully understanding that we have to have these partnerships to be able to accelerate student success with equity at scale. So number one, in most of our projects, we have an evaluation component. I was incredibly amazed. I mean, I'm always amazed with President Kim, but with the data that she was throwing out there, that not only is she moving quickly, but there is a sense of accountability built in with numbers, and that research and evaluation is built into sort of the digital center infrastructure of how we're evaluating. The second piece is that the State Chancellor's office we follow a whole lot of protocol when it comes to procurement. And we have processes that are in place that have sort of the public discussion and engagement that needs to be in alignment with the laws and regulations. The Digital Center provides the flexibility and the innovation, and so do our colleges. But by staying connection with local innovation, the Digital Center, and the systematic process we have to go through for something to be adopted system-wide, I think we're starting to really crack the code in that integration and how we leverage each other and still maintain the integrity of our statewide process. Thank you, Member Haynes.
Member Costa and Member Williams.
Yeah, I want to kind of add on to Board Member Haynes' comments. I love this. I really love the agility in which you approach this to deal with something in real time, which we're not often known for, candidly. And kind of thinking through future states and how we can future leverage this. But to be like more blunt than Pam, how do we make sure that districts want to do this? And what do you foresee as maybe hurdles to local adoption, understanding their autonomy?
I want to make a couple of points in relation to just artificial intelligence in general first. One is that we can't all be on the same tool, because the bots will come and adapt, and then we will be back in the same situation all over again. So having a diversification of the kinds of strategies being implemented across our system is actually best in relation to the health of our system. So having said that, we can't all be on the same exact methodology. We have to differentiate. But I do think that it's important for us to be able to identify where the commonalities are. What's going to be critical is to be able for all of us to utilize the bilateral API system to report in the fraudulent enrollments and have it be coming back out again. If one of the things that I have spoken very loudly on and passionately about is that we have to make that actually a requirement. Because the health of our system is right now under attack by the fraudulent actors, and they have intent to harm us. And the only way that we're going to stop those fraudulent actors is to operate as a whole. If we don't operate as a whole, everybody is doing the same work over and over and over again, and the repetition of that is a waste of taxpayer dollars. And in these budgetary times, we cannot say that's what we're doing. That just cannot be an answer. We have to have a systems approach in that regard. And so everybody needs to participate actively in that. Now, there is also a fear factor. Again, I mentioned earlier, hold harmless is coming to an end. And a lot of our colleges are under their target enrollments. And so that is going to be a pain point that they're going to have to actually deal with. At our district and at our college, we have actually experienced quite a bit of growth. And so we are probably around 10% growth even from last year, and that's on top of growth that we had already experienced. And so we're in a different place, being, I think, the third or the second largest in the entire state. And so we have a softer landing, if you will, when it comes to the money aspect of it. But that's why we as a system have to operate together, because we have a lot of small rural colleges, as you all were talking about earlier. And those colleges cannot handle the kind of attack that we endured last fall. And if that happens to them, they are going to be in jeopardy. And that's why the systems approach is so critical. So again, having a system where we are doing the bilateral communications, everybody is able to receive that information and at least do that initial check, even if they're not able to get onto the end-to-end system. That's going to be check number one. The second piece of it is really being able to make sure that our smaller colleges are supported. Because again, these bots are smart. They are artificial intelligence, and they will find the holes to be able to get through. And so if we have a vulnerable point, it's going to be at those local, smaller institutions, and then they'll get that surge, and then it will be all hands on deck trying to save something that may not be salvageable in that particular moment. And what we have to do, again, is to protect against that as quickly and as fast as possible in a diversified manner, but as a whole and as a system.
I do have a couple of things to add to what Dr. Kim is saying. I definitely agree. Each institution has to take some unique approaches, because some institutions, for example, we looked at Palo Verde, where we were able to look and say all the addresses are coming from the same location, and we realized that the address was the prison cell from or prison yards. So we do have, as part of the model, we do allow for that local customization, local configuration that allows us to say, for Palo Verde, this is the cluster we're not looking at. For this institution, we're looking at other things. But, you know, just like Dr. Kim is saying, there's a lot of feedback loop that comes around too. So I think one of the board members talked about is that the issue we have is the door itself is wide open, and we're trying to fight the fraudsters or bots with pots and pans in front of our homes, living rooms and bedrooms, which is like registration offices, A&R offices, and financial aid. So our first step is to put that Ring camera in front of the door so that we at least know who's coming, whether they are allowed to come in and drop the package or not. And that's what we are kind of trying to do as part of LightLeap, where we're at least saying this person is potentially fraud or not fraud. And we give them configurations to say, your institution can decide to follow up and say, do a liveness check to allow them to submit their ID card with their live photo. Some institutions might say, come in for a Zoom meet, come in for an in-person meeting. Some institutions can do a Zoom meeting. So that's where some of the local customizations come in, where they can set their thresholds to and action items. But 100%, the feedback loop is there, where every time a fraudster gets identified, we log their IP address, email address, phone number, and physical address, so that if a fraudster attacks Futil Lienza and they go to Los Rios, we can immediately say this IP address was used by fraudster in 3 times in the last, 3 weeks or something like that.
Yeah, and I just want to really quickly underscore the comments that we need diverse approach. We need a multi-layered approach, right? So the AI component, and you'll not to spoil the later item, but you'll hear that we need multiple layers to protect against, the Ring camera is an important one, but we may need some additional checks along the way too. So it's a comprehensive strategy really that's needed.
And at SEC, we actually call every student and we verify. And a lot of those numbers go to Home Depot and to Taquerias and things like that. And they're not real people. But we also do the ID Me check. And so we have them do a Zoom, and they either have to come in person or they're putting up that photo, and I verified that they are just not real people, or they're coming in from some other place that they don't have actually any business with us. And so the multi-level checks are absolutely critical to the system. But again, not all of our colleges are going to be able to handle that because the human power is not there at the colleges and the staffing that's required to be able to do some of this work. And so again, as a systems approach, the diversification and putting in some additional steps to prevent, like the Ring camera idea, is going to be really critical for all of us. And so CCC Apply aspect of it is going to be the gatekeeper, and requiring ID Me across the board writ large, that's also going to be one of those things that we should, I think, implement in order to help prevent.
Thank you very much, Member Williams and Member De La Fuente.
This is an exciting topic for me. I got an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old at home, and one wants a Tesla dog because she doesn't like regular dogs. And she thinks that it would be less scary. And then the 8-year-old, somehow she got onto this prompt engineering course on Google, and she introduced me to Deepak's AI avatar, where they downloaded his brain into the thing and the thing talks. So when you talked about avatars, it made me think about that. And I know this is a specific use case for, risk and security, but the question that I want to ask is, like, how can we make sure that our faculty pace with these developments so that curricula keeps up with this? Because like in my community, I'm scared, like, where am I going to send my kids to school? Because this kind of technology is not really available in terms of trainings at our universities. I mean, they got cybersecurity, but it's not like what you all are talking about. And then as you mine the data in these communities, the idea of like just general AI and community ownership of the platforms instead of just us teaching our students to be consumers of it, like how do we get that into the classroom to where our students are able to, develop these platforms, or the skills really is what I'm at. Like, how do we have a measurement around the number of students that now have a platform versus just them always just using it? And I'll just leave it with that. But just, is there a way that we can make sure that curricula actually, and I'm not just talking about prompt engineering,
right.
I'm just saying, like, how do we do general AI just as a board and have student ownership, and then make sure that faculty is involved so they can keep up with designing curriculum?
So I can give you at SEC, and you can send your students to Santiago Canyon College and they will get that. We're doing a few things. One is that we are creating a play environment for our faculty and for our classified as well as our managers. Everybody needs to have a basic understanding of how this needs to operate or how it will operate and how it will affect them as the human who's wielding now this very powerful tool. So the play environment is really important because there's nobody watching over you in that situation. You just get to learn. You get to be curious. You get to play with the technology and understand what the value of it is and how you can apply it in your respective discipline, how you want to engage with it, what you want to do in terms of training it, et cetera. We have the good fortune of having a faculty member, Scott James, who is actually now one of our AI fellows in the Digital Center, and also a faculty member by the name of Jared Kubika Miller, who is communications faculty, but he has been an innovator and he is now the AI ambassador because we granted his 1-year sabbatical to be a part of the program. And we also have a third faculty member in continuing education who is a leader in this AI space and has been a part of, I believe, the UC Berkeley and MIT cohort in relation to artificial intelligence. What we are doing is, again, creating a low stakes to no stakes environment for people to be curious and explore, because that's what we need right now. We don't have expertise. Nobody has real expertise in this space just yet. What we have to do is to create that playful atmosphere. And once the faculty then are able to realize how they want to utilize it and understand the power of it for how they want to engage with it for their classes, then the curriculum naturally develops. And we are already seeing that within SCC. We actually did create an AI course, an AI for Educators course that Scott James is teaching this summer and in the fall. And again, it's to be able to get folks into this arena and give them the tool sets that they need. We have trainings that are coming in from AI experts from around the country to our managers and to our classifieds. So it is an all hands on deck kind of an immersion experience that we're talking about. And the students are engaged already. They're already using AI. They're using it in ways that maybe we don't want them to. But what we're trying to do is to emphasize with them that they need to maintain their critical thinking skills. They have to maintain the human as the primacy of any engagement with any technology tool. And that's the thing that we're emphasizing. And by doing that, we're giving them the opportunity to be able to display their learning, utilizing this powerful technology, and to be able to prepare them for the future of whatever job workplace that they are going to. And so those are the kinds of things that we are hyper-focused on at SCC. And again, I think right now, the biggest thing that we can do for all of our students, our children, et cetera, is to create the opportunity for them to explore, to incite and to encourage creativity and curiosity, and provide the opportunity for failure. That's where the biggest lessons are always learned, but we don't necessarily do a really good job of that in education. We hold people too closely, their feet to the fire. And what we have to do right now is to provide a little bit more grace and a lot more opportunity for them to be able to fail, learn, and get back up again as fast as possible. And that's what's going to get us to a different stage and where the California Community Colleges will be a true leader in this environment.
Thank you very much. We'll take. Are we taking a motion? We'll do Member De La Fuente, then Member Brown, and then we'll take public comment.
Hey, thank you. Very insightful. I just wanted to ask a little and to understand a little bit of the economics and the cost benefit. So when you're preventing fraud, how much do you invest in this system and how much do you get back?
Our ROI on this is it's paid for itself already multiple times. When we were losing our students because they couldn't get classes, that meant that we were losing the apportionments, we were losing the potential completions, and that's how we earn our income, right? And so we wanted to make sure that we were preserving again the students' accessibility to our courses and having real students be the generators of that, the dollars that we were generating as a result of the apportionment dollars and the SCIF. So for us, I haven't done a quantitative, I haven't done an actual assessment of that, but we are now at this point in time 10% above where we were last year in terms of growth. And we know it's bot free. And so for me, that means that the investment that we made, and I don't want to talk out of school in relation to what the cost was, but it was a very low cost that we signed on because we were one of the very early adopters. But that has paid dividends well beyond what we could ever have anticipated.
And would you have a number in mind, or a total number, or like the total investment?
Total investment, I mean, it has been less than $100,000. So for us, I'm very cheap when it comes to going out for consulting or for services or for anything in technology. Chris Ferguson sort of tilted his head and he knows this. And so, again, it's about making sure that we're doing this with a level of economy. So the economies of scale regarding technology is something that we really do have to focus in on. I know that the governor's May revise did not include the common ERP, and I know that there had been opposition in relation to that, but that's another arena where we have to come together as a system, because we are actually already on a common ERP, whether we like it or not. 82% of us are on Ellucian's product, either Colleague or Banner. And so there, we don't necessarily have economies of scale because we're all negotiating separately. And so in something like this with the end-to-end partnership, we have gotten a foundation agreement in place. And so the economies of scale have already started to take effect. And so I do think that there is a very, very good return on investment for the dollars that have been spent.
Yeah, and I would just add to that from the Foothill De Anza perspective, there are multiple ways to have costs. Right. Part of it is cost of licensing a solution. Part of it is cost of paying people to endlessly go through records manually one by one. There's the potential cost of, awarding aid to a fraudster and losing that aid for a real student. So I agree with President Kim's assessment that the return on investment is significant in relation to the cost of this type of solution.
And other risk that Dr. Kim already brought up is the fact that if you have botsters filling up all your wait lists, you're actually preventing your real students from being able to get into the classes. And that in itself causes a reverse enrollment problem where your good students are unable to get into your classes. So it's multifold problem, and hopefully we can address that in a system-wide opportunity.
Thank you. Member Brown, then public comment.
Lastly, a personal side. So President Kim, back in 2012, she may or may not remember, she wrote a grant for the Cal States. It was housed at Cal State Fullerton, and it was a partnership grant with San Diego Canyon College, Citrus College, and Cypress College. And at that time, actually through that time period from 2008 through that era, I was not able to get any community college jobs. But I was able to start my transition back into community college work through the grant that she wrote. The grant was so successful that it became a model for CSU system-wide. The one element of it that didn't work was the technology element, not because she didn't have this vision. And this is before AI, right? She had the vision. The reason why it didn't work is she created it. She passed the ball to us. We took the ball, and who do we pass it to after an RFP process and all that? We passed it to a private industry consultant who dropped the ball after we paid them $150,000. So I just wanted to reiterate again, first of all, that we have the right person here, as you can tell through all of her responses, to really move this work forward. I really appreciate what you've already done in these efforts for many years. And I really want to make sure that we always keep her voice in the room whenever we're having discussions about this, because she really understands it from the ground all the way to the top. But the other piece is that custom solution, why that's so important, because we put money out there, but sometimes people promise us the moon and the stars, but they don't really fully understand our system. And then it ends up not really working for us. So I just wanted to lay that on thick so that the board and the chancellor's office can remember that and keep that in mind as we move forward in this wonderful work. Thank you.
I mean, the only thing I want to reiterate is that we don't believe in custom solutions. We believe in configurable and customizable solutions. So each institution gets their, just like you have a large language model, each institution has a small language model that includes their institutional profiles and setup. That's what we mean by customizable. But yeah, I agree. If the model should work across the board, and it's already been working, most of the schools.
Just last footnote, I'm pleased to share with you that Dr. Kim and Santiago Canyon are one of the founding partners of the Digital Center. So her voice will continue to be part of the work that we're doing.
Thank you very much. We'll take public comment, Andrea.
The public comment period on item 5.6 is now open. You'll have 2 minutes. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have Wendy Burwanku.
Thank you. That was perfect timing because my Apple Watch was telling me I had to stand up again. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you keeping me on schedule. So good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, and Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I'm Wendy Burwanku, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. California's community colleges are beacons of opportunity, serving diverse learners and communities. As the Chancellor's Office explores emerging technologies like AI to support this mission, FAC appreciates the spirit of innovation and the potential to enhance student experiences. At the same time, we believe it's crucial to balance these explorations with robust input from system partners. Consultation Council and other stakeholder groups can offer valuable perspectives on how to structure industry partnerships, safeguard student data, and ensure new tools truly serve the educational experience. We understand the Chancellor's Office and the Foundation for the California Community Colleges are navigating complex terrain in pursuing these collaborations. In that light, we see an opportunity to strengthen shared governance around these pivotal decisions. Clearer protocols for consultation and evaluation, both before and after the rollout of new initiatives, can help build trust and alignment. FAC welcomes the chance to be a thought partner in this process. Our faculty are deeply invested in leveraging innovation to support equity and excellence, while also protecting the integrity of our colleges as public institutions. We believe our insights can help optimize these partnerships to benefit students. Thank you.
And now for virtual comment.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Omar, are you on?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. This agenda item talks about ensuring ethical and secure use of AI. I don't agree with end-to-end privacy policy. I don't want to give highly personal information to another corporation. No student should be forced to. They talk about giving full name, date of birth, contact information, government issued identification, residential address, related documentation, device, and browser metadata. They also say we do not discuss names of verification partners during verification flows to avoid confusion. This is vague language. We should see everything. Their primary verification provider, BGB, has a horrible policy too. They talk about using email pixels, use of personal data for marketing, improving services, internal research, collect the personal data from other services, technologies suppliers, share with service providers, survey providers. Personal data can go outside the country. We are trying to solve a problem that we are creating by giving more data that can be leaked and breached. We should be respecting people's rights, protecting their data, stop giving it away. I was looking at Rancho Santiago District. They also have an ALPR, but they're not following the law according to SB 34, California Civil Code 1798 90.53. Almost everything under that's not followed. You can look it up. It gives me a very big lack of confidence in implementing any technology. Both of these technologies are part of mass surveillance. It's like my school at Mount SAC. It's move fast, break laws, remove students' rights. If we really want to support AI learning and skill development, we don't need products. We need time. We need to rent time on servers to let us train and deploy our own models, the basics of learning. I was just showing one of our associated students the other day how to run an open source model locally for free. And you're making me want to stay away from these schools. And I can't, or I won't be able to do that and show other people. Thanks.
Thank you. That was our last virtual hand. Great.
Yes.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll pass on to item 5.2, California Service Corps and the College Corps program. I will pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning and Visiting Executive May.
Okay. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors. I'm here to just quickly introduce item 5.2, California Service Corps and the College Corps program. And I forgot to say I am Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor. So here with me is Ginny May, our visiting executive, who will actually take the presentation from here and introduce our guests.
Good morning. It's still morning. Good morning, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and esteemed board members. My name is Ginny May, visiting executive here at the Chancellor's office. This is exciting. So with us today are 3 guest speakers that will share information about the California Service Corps, which consists of College Corps, California Climate Action Corps, Youth Service Corps, and AmeriCorps California. Together, California Service Corps members help communities by taking climate action, tutoring and mentoring students to help them succeed, supporting regions impacted by disasters, working to end hunger, and connecting vulnerable people to vital resources and services. I'm going to introduce our 3 speakers at once, and then they will go in turn. So first, we have Josh Friday, a member of Governor Gavin Newsom's cabinet, who leads the newly created Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement. He will discuss his work leading California Service Corps, beginning with a short video on College Corps. Then Miguel Duenas, Vice President of Student Services at East Los Angeles College, will highlight opportunities that College Corps has brought to students at East Los Angeles College. And finally, DJ Nunley from College of the Desert, now a UC Berkeley student and a 3rd-year College Corps fellow, will share the positive impact that College Corps has had on his educational journey and life. Welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Ginny. Can we begin with a short video? Can we start with that and then we'll kick this off?
You are all living testaments to inspiration.
Governor Gavin Newsom is overseeing a first-of-its-kind program in California, encourages young Californians to serve their communities via the College Corps.
It's about shared experiences, and it's about people doing the thing that uniquely binds them together, and that's just being citizens, and engaged in their community, the life of their city, our state, and our nation, and the world.
We're creating debt-free pathways for students who commit to 450 hours of service.
They receive up to $10,000 towards their education. Right now, we have thousands of students at dozens of campuses across the state, UCs, CSUs, community colleges, private schools. They're tackling climate action. They're taking on food insecurity. They're tutoring and mentoring in our schools.
I've been able to connect with students who are undocumented and don't have that same backing or help that they really need in the classes.
Being able to be in College Corps, we're learning different networking strategies, how to utilize your network, how to meet new people.
College Corps helped me get my summer internship. It really set me apart because I'm actually doing work in the community.
This has definitely been
the most humbling experience I can actually say I've ever had in life.
It's this deeply American idea that if you're willing to serve your community, we're going to help you pay for college.
It helped me graduate debt-free from college. I was actually about to apply at a Jack in the Box Flip Burgers to find my way through college, and College Corps was a way for me to be able to do something that I really am passionate about.
It's so important to me that I have surrounded myself with people who want to make the world a better place, because it makes me believe that this world can actually be a better place.
College Corps, it can not only change your life, but it can change the lives of the people around you.
And they're also coming together and learning what it means to solve problems with people from very different backgrounds, very different perspectives, and be productive and positive together. College Corps is a win-win-win for everybody.
Those 450 hours are not just about your contribution to others, and it's about your contribution to yourself, and it's about discovering who you are.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chancellor Christian. Thank you, Board of Governors, for inviting us today to discuss this incredible program and our incredible partnership with you all that we are so very proud of. As was mentioned, my name is Josh Friday. I serve as the director of the newly formed Governor's Office of Service and Community Engagement. And as part of that office, we created the California Service Corps, largely to create the kinds of experiences that I got to experience serving in the military, where you get to work with people from very different backgrounds and different perspectives to solve problems and to help people, and at the same time, create real economic mobility and job pathways. So we've created College Corps, which you just got to learn a little bit about, and we're going to dive into more detail today, which we feel is very aligned with the 2030 vision that this system has. And we think about College Corps as, and maybe I'm biased because I am a veteran, as a GI Bill, with this very simple deal. If you're willing to serve your community, we're going to help you pay for college. And as you heard in that video, students commit to 450 hours of service. And for that service, they receive $10,000 towards their education. And we do think of this program as a win-win-win. It's a win for the student because we're helping them graduate with less debt while also gaining real professional skills, building social networks and professional networks in the community while also gaining a sense of purpose and meaning. It's a win for the community. Our College Corps fellows now are serving millions of hours of service every single year, lifting up our students by tutoring and mentoring, working in our food banks, taking climate action. And it's also a win for all of our society, because not only are we creating the future workforce, our future teachers, our future nurses, our future tradespeople, but we're also creating the skills and the tools to learn how to work together, to actually solve problems in our community. And what began as an idea that I brought to then President Epstein, Tom, with this crazy idea of what if we created a program called College Corps? And he said we should absolutely do this and we should go big. What it started off as just an idea is now serving thousands of students across the state of California. Last year, for our over 3,000 positions, we had 11,000 applications. Young people are hungry for these kinds of opportunities. They're thirsty for them. And in addition to showing the success here in California, it's now become a model that is spreading across the country, with states like Minnesota and New York now creating their own version of College Corps. We also believe, and I'll end with this before we get to have a conversation with some very inspiring speakers. We also believe we're creating something really unique here, something that I think we don't talk about enough in our society, which is social capital. What we're seeing is our College Corps fellows are building the relationships and the networks that are then hiring them. We're exposing a whole new generation to social capital that they never had access to before. And we're very proud, and we're seeing it in the numbers, we're seeing the data. And the reason that we're here today, our hope, our ask, is that we can have an ongoing, continued conversation with this board about how do we not just continue our incredible partnership, but how do we envision a California where every student has this kind of opportunity, where every student, whether it's through credit for prior learning coming out of high school or at a community colleges on their way to a job or a four-year institution, has the chance that I had to serve our nation and to serve their communities. We get a chance today to hear from one of our students that we're so incredibly proud of, DJ. I know you will be as profoundly inspired by him as I am. But now I do want to pass this to Miguel Duenas to discuss the direct impact that he's seeing of College Core at East Los Angeles College. Miguel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here. It's been a pleasure and an honor to have the College Core at our college campus. I've seen the transformation happen with the work that our students, the exposure that they've had, but also the impact that it's had on our staff. And that's great to hear. Just yesterday, I was talking to one of my staff members, and she was just excited about the partnerships that she's creating to support our students as they transition through this process. So it really has made a great impact on our campus. Our students are excited about the opportunities of going and having internships, where in fact they didn't have opportunities before. Now they're finding themselves in work environments that are aligned to their interests, giving them the foot in the door to potentially get an opportunity. Our students that go through our program, we're in year 3, and we're excited about this because our students are completing the program, but also completing their educational program at ELAC, whether it's an AA, ADT, or completion of a certificate. They're completing and then continuing. We have 22 fellows that have transferred, and continue in the fellows program. So that's a telling story, that they enjoy the experience to the point where they want to continue. We have many of them that are about to graduate, a couple from UCLA, a couple from UC Berkeley, and we're excited because they're still keeping in contact with us. This is a program that has made an impact in their lives, but now imagine the impact they'll make in the lives of others as they go to their community, knowing how a program like this could make a difference in their lives. And with this, I will share the microphone with DJ to share a little more.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is DJ Nunley. I attended College of the Desert for 2 years. That's when I found out about College Core when I was surfing through their website. At that time, I was a part of the music industry with a whole different major and a completely different lifestyle. My direction was unclear, and the energy that I had, it was like scattered everywhere. I joined College Core, and I'm honestly say it changed my life. It gave me a vision and a sense of purpose. I realized that helping people wasn't just changing their lives, but transforming entire communities. That epiphany gave me like, I got to think of the best word to use, but it gave me like a huge drive to just do something different than what I was doing. And I wanted to change my major to social welfare, and I never looked back. While I was a student at COD, I served children and families experiencing food insecurity and homelessness. I showed up with empathy and compassion that came from the fire that College Core poured inside of me. And I feel like before I was a part of College Core, I had a lot of doubt in like being accepted within my community. But then College Core opened up something inside of me. They showed me that they were there to support me. They were there to help me find myself. And without them, I would have never been able to be accepted to UC Berkeley. And not only did I get accepted, my wife did too at the same time. And they said, that's like a record, like nothing like that happened before. Yeah. The support that College Core gave me, it made it possible for me to show up to class and actually engage, and it made me be able to be a part of the college community. Because before I couldn't really afford gas money because I live like 30 miles away from campus. So they allowed me to have gas money. It allowed me to like pay for basic things like, more food, because I'm a father of 8 children. So like my kids range from the ages of 15 to 2. So I started off feeling like an outsider. I didn't really know how to connect with the college, but through this program, I joined leadership. I attended weekly board meetings. I mentored students on campus. I became president of ASCOT. That's an associate student COD. And it helped me build spaces for students who are like me so they could feel comfortable and heard. I wouldn't have been able to make it this far in my educational journey without College Core. I used to think that life was about, fixing your mistakes. And now I look at it different. It's not about fixing my mistakes, but it's about helping molding the youth that's in our community. Right now, I'm a part of a tutoring. Well, I facilitate a math and an English class within the Alameda County Juvenile Hall Detention Center. And I was able to do that while being a part of College Corps at UC Berkeley. And the main thing, like I try to tell these children when I see them every day, I let them know that they're seen and that they mean something. And because I don't really fit in like the traditional, I would say like traditional looks as a student or even as somebody like in a professional field, I feel like they resonate with me. And now they feel like they could succeed because of me also. I'd just like to thank Josh, and I'd like to thank College Corps. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my wife.
And now let's turn it over to the board.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say, wow, what an incredible inspiration you are. And there are layers and layers of success and inspiration behind what you're doing. So thank you very much for talking with us today. I'll take comments from the board. Member Chang.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I hadn't heard of College Corps before, and I really wish I did. And I quickly Google searched and found like the colleges that it is available at. And my question for you is, right now it's available at like 19 or so colleges out of our 116 community colleges. And so I'm curious about scalability and expansion and what that might look like.
Thank you for that question. That's our goal. When Governor Newsom launched this program, he said, we want to create a model for how we can scale it throughout the whole state of California and ultimately across our nation. And we're starting to see it scale across our nation, as I indicated before. He has proposed in this year's budget to also expand College Corps within the state of California. So our hope is that we're able to bring this to more campuses. There was a competitive process for campuses to apply to be a College Corps campus. We weren't able to, because of resources, to start this program on every campus. But our hope is ultimately to scale. And also, and I think this is part of this conversation, to talk about how can we be creative and think about new partnerships, new models to start to bring College Corps to hopefully every campus across our state.
Member Epstein.
And so, hi, Josh. As you know, I've been a big booster of this concept for a long time. I was at your launch, which was a very exciting event with a bunch of community college students and other students there. And I was in the Clinton administration when AmeriCorps was launched, and that was a very exciting thing at the time. We're now facing a federal administration that is apparently trying to eliminate AmeriCorps, and I know you have some AmeriCorps dollars in your program, and also, of course, the state is facing a pretty large deficit as well. And I was wondering, what is the financial status of the program now, and what is, you were mentioning creating other partnerships as a way of kind of expanding it, but what's your strategy for dealing with the challenges that are being faced right now?
Yeah, thank you. As you indicate, we are seeing an assault on service across the board coming out of the federal administration, where it's not just AmeriCorps. We're seeing the DOJ starting to look at Peace Corps. We're seeing DOJ cutting the VA and cutting federal jobs, which are where 30% of our veterans work, or 30% of the federal workforce are veterans. So we're seeing this across the board. And quite frankly, the governor's been very clear, which is California is going to continue to double down on service because of the impact that we've seen, because of the impact that it's having on not just DJ and his wife, but thousands of DJs across the state. And so we're continuing, we're pushing forward, and the governor's committed to this program, and also the broader California Service Corps, which is now bigger than the entire Peace Corps here in California alone, and continue to support these programs. As you indicated, the original model of College Corps used a very small percentage, about 5% of the budget came from AmeriCorps, came from the federal. 95% of the budget was state funded. So we've been able to figure out how to keep this program going, even with the questions that are right now arising about what the future of AmeriCorps looks like. But the governor remains committed to the program, and our hope is, and I think we do need to think through as we think through about scaling the program, How do we start to work and partner maybe with businesses to think about opportunities? One conversation we're having with the UC system is around healthcare, and how do we think about healthcare opportunities and maybe whether there's a chance to align with people in the healthcare industry. And so I think we're going to need to continue to be strategic and innovative, but right now the governor is very committed to this work.
I just want to mention one more thing too. I believe it or not, I listen to Eloy Oakley's podcast, The Rant, occasionally, and he had on John King yesterday, who was the former education secretary and now runs State University of New York, and he gave a shout out to California's volunteer program that they copied it in New York. So
All right.
I thought you'd want to hear that.
I do appreciate hearing that. I have to start listening to podcasts now. Thank you.
Member Haynes and Member Villalobos, then Member Villavicencio.
So I want to do a shout out to DJ. Your presentation, your sharing your story is just so critically important. And and you stand where so many of our students, there's brilliance in our students, and sometimes we just don't see it. And so when you come here and you're able to share what the work that you've been doing and the success of that is just really, really important, because so many of our students don't necessarily find the pathway. And so you found the pathway, and you're paying it forward to others that there is a pathway. And when they see you, they have some promise that indeed there is. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Villalobos.
Just want to echo what Member Haynes said. Thank you for sharing your story. These are the stories that we really need to hear in order for us to remain motivated in supporting these programs. I also want the record to reflect that this program is being led by a veteran, even if he is a Navy vet and not Marine. But I can only make that joke now since we're out. He would have outranked me while I was in. But in all seriousness, thank you for all you do. I'm really impressed by your work. And by everything you all are doing. So thank you for that.
Do you want to respond to that comment?
Outside. I will respond outside to that.
Member Villavicencio, Member Brown, then Member Adu.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, Secretary Friday, and DJ and your testimony about the program. It's clearly amazing. I have so many thoughts, actually, not necessarily a question, because you're thinking about innovation, and you mentioned social capital. So key for our students to get connected to the proper people who have the same interests as them. And I think part of the program that you illustrated is doing just that. That said, I think there's ways for us to connect, and with what we're doing here within our system, I think that is very valuable. I know, with Board Member Epstein and we're losing Board Member Chang, but our climate action program, and you're uplifting that as well with your fellows, but ways to obviously align it with the work that we're doing throughout our system. We have some amazing programs, as you know, throughout our system in terms of climate action and carbon sequestration, and go on and on with that. But clearly there's an opportunity here to work together with our climate fellows and our climate student fellows to do that. I'm wondering too, I know that I'm aware of this program. I teach at San Joaquin Delta College, and I know University of Pacific is a partner. I'd love to get it to our district as well. Teaching in Stockton and knowing about the city of Stockton, there's a lot of very similar programs that the community has been doing. And so there's many opportunities I know here. For example, I'm thinking of Reinvent Stockton and Manila, Little Manila Rising, who are doing very similar work. And I think ways, as you said, to partner with community-based organizations in a much more intentional way are some opportunities here, especially sharing the capacity building when resources are so scarce. As we've just talked about, I think there's opportunities there. I'm also thinking about, and perhaps you've already thought about this, and getting our high school students involved early on. Since we're focused obviously on dual enrollment, getting them excited about this work. And if we're already talking about getting the pathway from high schools to our community colleges and from their transfer universities, was wondering if you've already talked about it, what that looks like and where that stage is. And obviously also our adult learners from the other side, right? We have 6.8 million students, potential students that we could be serving, ways to get them into the program here as well in intentional ways. So I'm going to stop there. I know there's a lot. I'm really excited about this program and continuing to see its success and continuing to see it being scaled up throughout the state. I think it just is going to be transformative and continue and already has been transformative in changing our students' lives. So thank you for the wonderful work that you're doing, and I'd love to be a part of it. Thank you.
Member Brown.
So first,
sorry, hold on. Josh, did you want to respond?
Maybe there was a question in there about high school students I just think is worth giving attention to. And because this is where the governor and I so appreciate the leadership of Chancellor Christian on this topic, because we think about the next frontier of service in higher high schools and having to create pathways, not just for those who are going to four-year colleges, but for everyone in California. If we're really talking about a vision for California where everyone is given the chance to serve, which is where we want to go and need to go, we have to focus on our high schools, and the community college system is the way to do that. You are the path for that. So thinking about how we do exactly what you accomplished, this is what we think, where we are so excited about being the next frontier and where we want to roll up our sleeves in a really, really critical way to make this happen.
All right, now Member Brown.
So thank you so much, DJ, for your presentation. It really helped humanize and help us understand the details of how this is really impacting lives. And also, I have no idea how you keep up with that much laundry with 8 kids under 15, because I have a hard time just myself. And I also noticed in the video, there was a student that said something about, I thought about flipping burgers. And that's often the case with our students. They only think that there are very limited opportunities for them in terms of employment. And so this is so critically important. I started thinking of all the different threads within Vision 2030 and how they converge on this. So work-based learning, we could be capturing all of this within that. Basic needs, you talked about what that did for you, having that money, how it changed your life and your trajectory and helped you to be able to be successful. Career exploration, guided pathways, helping our students find their way through having experiential learning opportunities. Just community connection, the impact that having our students out in the community makes of building our brand as California community colleges. Dual enrollment, how we could connect this to dual enrollment statewide. And then lastly, the fact that at its inception, this was an intersegmental effort, and that we were thought of at the same time as the CSU and UC to implement it, so that no matter where the student goes in the front door, the idea eventually is they all have this opportunity. So I really think we need to pour into this. Thank you so much for the work that you've already done, and I look forward to seeing it expand.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Adu, then Member Williams.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. First off, congratulations on Berkeley. And thank you for sharing your story. All I have to say is that if you're the kind of student that I'll be surrounded by as I transfer to Berkeley, I have no doubt that I will continue to be inspired by hardworking California community college students like you make our system so special. I really admire the College Corps program, particularly because income is often a barrier for many very talented low-income students pursuing public service or engaging with their community. And this program provides a really meaningful avenue to that. In particular, I wanted to highlight that I was really impressed by over 80% of the fellows being BIPOC and 2/3 being first-generation college students. That is amazing. So congratulations on that impact. I had a couple questions. in regards to the recruitment application process for students. So in terms of recruitment, I wanted to ask, is it done by local campuses individually, statewide, the statewide College Corps program, or is it a combination of both? And then I'll let you answer this one because my next question is very long.
The answer is yes. The recruitment is done in the application process at the campus level. We do recruit statewide and send people to our website, collegecorps.com. But for signing up and applying, that happens at the campus level. And now, yes, you are on the hook to apply for College Corps when you go to Berkeley, if that's your next question.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask, secondly, more about the application process, particularly for undocumented students. I really appreciated that you guys added that segment that mentioned undocumented students, but in particular, I wanted to ask how the requirements need to work part-time or take out loans to afford school, how that is typically demonstrated for students, so taxes, pay stubs, or anything else. And related to that, how do undocumented students and AB 540 students receive the stipend? And is there any limitations on undocumented students participating in those paid service programs? Because I have many undocumented friends, and this summer a lot of them had to take unpaid internships despite other people in their cohort not being paid. So I just wanted to ask how undocumented students navigated that system.
Sure, and we're happy to follow up with more detailed information as well. One of the things that we're very proud of, when we say that we believe everyone should have the chance to serve, we mean everybody. And so we are very proud that with College Corps, it is the first service program in the country to include AB 540 Dreamers. And so far it's been very successful. They've been an instrumental part of this program. They apply like everyone else applies. They participate like everyone else participates. There's no difference in how they're treated or how they engage in the program. The pay is the same. They receive it through the college as a fellowship, as a stipend. So they're not employees, which is why they're allowed to. It is for AB 540 students. And so that is one of the limitations, that they're enrolled at the school and they qualify for AB 540. And then you had a question about, in addition to how they're, the pay. We work very closely, and this is one of the challenges that we've learned. This has been, not everything's gone smoothly, as you can imagine, or perfect. But one of the things we've had to work through is, how does this work with the student's financial aid package? And so we work very closely with everyone that applies to make sure that they can absolutely take advantage of every grant and other scholarship available, and that this is only additive to a student's financial aid package.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then my final question was relating to the application process of students. When they open up that application, what does that look like for them? Is it essays? Is it short response questions? Is it just academics? I just want to see what it's like as a student navigating that process.
DJ, you should talk about your experience.
To be honest, it's all of them. So it's like maybe 2 to 3 essay answers, and then it's a few short questions also. But my experience with it went by pretty fast. And especially if you have like a dedication to help your community, it's like you're persuaded to put more effort within it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'll keep it in mind as I apply. Thank you so much.
Member Williams.
Well, first, DJ, I just first thank you for coming and sharing, and more importantly, thank you for giving back. And I just want to encourage you, because all across the state, we are looking for males such as yourself to get a single subject or multi-subject credential and consider the classroom as a way to do your helping. And so I just want to place that on your heart. And then, Josh, I ran an AmeriCorps program for about 16 years. And on Sunday, Congressman Aguilar hosted a town hall, and we gave testimony about the federal cuts to AmeriCorps. I didn't realize that AmeriCorps was such a small part of your budget. So does that mean that you have flexibility on the eligibility requirements in terms of having to have a high school diploma? Because to the points made here, in K-12, they have the seal of civic engagement. And so, we really could create a situation where all duly enrolled students could be a College Corps student and get paid work-based learning. And what we've been trying to do with AmeriCorps that hasn't really worked worked is to use some of the workforce development language because, you know, you through service, you're building work skills. So our workforce development boards could be funding some of this work if you have that kind of flexibility. So I just wondered.
No, well, first of all, thank you for running the program and your dedication. And this is the opportunity that we have because the governor has prioritized this work and has provided state resources. We have the flexibility to do what no other state can do, which is why, for instance, our AB 540 students are able to participate in this program, but it also gives us the flexibility to include lots of other populations. So we have a youth service corps program right now that is specifically focused on providing low-income youth throughout our state these same kinds of opportunities, focused on formerly incarcerated populations, foster youth, youth that are having a hard time getting in the labor market. And we've specifically designed that program to be 16 to 30. No requirement for a high school diploma, just looking for people who want a chance and want to help contribute to their community. And so these are the kinds of opportunities that we have. And what we're starting to explore, including at places like ELAC, is how does someone do the Youth Service Corps program and get on their way to their AA or a certificate program. This is, I think, where the opportunity is in front of us. And this is where we want to continue to roll up our sleeves with you in a real way. So we'd love to follow up, but that's exactly, and being creative around workforce development boards and how we're tying all this together, just unbelievable opportunity, I think, for us.
Great. I have the pleasure of asking the final question before we pass it on to public comment. This question is for Josh. Hypothetically, if there was a board that was interested in seeing this in action, total hypothetical, what kind of opportunities would you work on with this board?
To scale these kinds of programs?
For us to volunteer with you, to get our hands dirty, to roll. I heard you say roll up our sleeves to Member Williams. I take that very seriously. What does this board rolling up their sleeves look like?
Yeah, I love that question. Thank you. And I'd love to come back to you with a 37-page answer, a detailed answer. But I'll give it a quick shot. I think it's identifying how we take these different streams of work and put them together. How do we take dual enrollment, credit for prior learning, workforce development, teacher programs, nursing programs, College Corps programs, and how do we weave these together? And I understand, and so one, there's the question of how do we do that at a systems level? And I think we need to roll up our sleeves and think about, and I think that the governor and others would be very interested in, from a policy perspective, what do we need to change in order to create, to create the levers to actually get to a place where everyone can serve, which is he's very motivated to get to. So there's policy work to be done. And then there's individual campus work to be done. We've already had conversations at places like, I think it's okay for me to say this, but if I get in trouble, forgive me, at Pasadena City College, where they want to take private resources to create College Corps on their campus because they've seen the impact in their community. So thinking about rolling up our sleeves and saying campus by campus, where do we bring College Corps to? Where do we tie it to the local workforce development board? And then how do we get the high schools on board where we're providing credit for prior learning for high school kids to get a chance to serve? Because I don't know about you, but my senior year of high school, I was totally checked out. And I think about, and I have 3 young boys right now. And I think about how do we keep them engaged? And how do we make them feel like there's a place for them in this world where they're valued and they're needed? And guess what? We need them tutoring and mentoring. We need them in our food banks. We need them in our parks working. We should be giving them the opportunity, and then we should be giving them college credit to go to a community college on their way to Berkeley. That's what when I think about how do we roll up our sleeves, it's figuring out that path. And I think the political will is there. We just got to figure out how to do it.
That's wonderful. Our chancellor has a penchant for taking 37-page reports and turning them into action plans. So we look forward to getting that. All right. At this time, we'll take public comment.
The public comment period on item 5.2 is now open. You'll have 2 minutes. We have not received any in-person comments, so I'll hand it over to Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand. Oh, now we have 2 hands raised. Jessica Carter, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Thank you for your time, DJ Nunley. This is his auntie. And the that he has came from. So we have children that have been in a community where there's a pipeline to prison, the cemetery, or um, just unhealthy pathways. But now a lot of children have been inspired by him, and we are so proud of you and continue. If this is the program that made that light come on in him, I hope that you guys are able to do this for many other students. And again, thank you for this program. When I saw the change in him, that light came on, it was a feeling that I can't explain. And I'm sure that this program would have that effect on other students also. And then when they take it back to their community, it multiplies. So thank you. All right, DJ.
That was
Next-
awesome.
Next, we have Lynn Nunley. You have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hi, I'm Lynn Nunley, and I have my niece here too, Sonny. I just want to say thank you for allowing DJ to speak. And this has been a long path for him and for us. And College Corps has really made a difference in his life and in our lives. And like his auntie said, Auntie Jessica, I hope it does continue. I'm sorry, I'm his wife. So we're all watching. We're so proud of him. We're so proud. And we're still supporting, even though I couldn't be there today. But congratulations. Thank you, Josh Friday, and thank you guys for listening.
There are no other hands raised.
There we go.
We would be excited to have more of your family here, DJ. So I'm very upset that we only have 2 public speakers on this item. Wonderful. Well, with that celebration in mind, let's move on to item 5.1, which is our 2025 Classified Employee of the Year Awards. And I will pass that to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
All right. From one incredible item to the next. All right. So the Classified Employee of the Year Award has been given out annually since May of 2009 to honor community college classified employees who demonstrate the highest level of commitment to professionalism at community colleges. Recipients are nominated by members of their college, district community, and endorsed by their local board of trustees. Nominations are reviewed by representatives from the Board of Governors, the Chancellor's Office, and classified reps on Consultation Council. Recipients are selected for their commitment to professionalism, outstanding performance, and active participation on their campus and their community. This year, we had 20 nominations representing 20 districts. I want to thank our classified staff statewide for their outstanding work at our colleges, and most importantly, for their dedication to our students. You are the beating heart of the California community colleges. With this, I will turn it over to Vice President Bill Rawlings.
All right. Thank you, Chancellor Christian. On behalf of the Evaluation Committee, I'm excited to honor 5 incredible classified employees, especially since we are in Classified School Employees Week. So happy CSCW for everyone. So here we go. Thank you. This is a great highlight for us each year. So I'm going to introduce all 5 winners, and then as I call your name, if you'd like to provide comment, please come up and we'll give you a few minutes to share some thoughts. I know some aren't comfortable with that, and that's okay. And then at the end, after everyone's done, we'll take a break and be able to take some photos, right? So our first awardee is Kevin Anderson, head athletic trainer from Delta College. Kevin Anderson has served as the head athletic trainer at Delta College for 12 years, working to ensure that all athletes, regardless of background, receive high quality, inclusive training and support. He integrates innovative techniques and technology into his programs, leads open clinics and equipment partnerships for underserved students, and uses a collaborative approach that brings coaches, administrators, and staff together to promote equitable policies and build a supportive, unified athletic culture. Kevin also serves as a liaison for the California Community College Athletic Association and advocates for inclusive sports medicine practices through the California Athletic Trainers Association. His work was instrumental in guiding the athletics program through the pandemic and expanding his training facilities into a state-of-the-art complex. Congratulations, Kevin. And Kevin is not able to join us, so we'll move on to Nanette Dullison, a research analyst from Sierra College. Nanette Dullison serves as a lead research analyst at Sierra College and has been with the college for 37 years, which is amazing. She's been a driving force behind Sierra College's evolution in class scheduling, overseeing the transition to a flexible, inclusive schedule that meets the diverse needs of today's students. She is also a longstanding member of the Equal Opportunity Committee and a consistent advocate for equitable hiring and institutional practices. Nanette's leadership plans technical operations, institutional reporting, and cross-departmental collaboration. She's played a key role in major system transitions, including implementing new technologies, optimizing scheduling processes, and ensuring regulatory compliance. Through her involvement in statewide initiatives and professional organizations, she continues to support system-wide improvements in data and equity practices. Congratulations, Nanette.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Right.
I am truly honored and grateful to receive this award. It is a humbling experience to be recognized in this way, and I'm sorry. I want to be extended to my heartfelt thanks for this incredible recognition. Thank you to the California Community College's Chancellor's Office, as well as to Sierra College Board of Trustees. And I especially have much appreciation for the exec team. Roy Duncan, Rebecca Boquico, Lucas Mooseman, Ryan Davis, and David Martin. This achievement is not mine alone. I share it with the Sierra College Instruction Office and many others throughout Sierra College, and many mentors as Mandy Davis, Maria Huffman, Diane Smith. Most importantly, my parents, my 5 children, Darian, Deidre, Danielle, Deborah, and Derek, and my husband, who is his unwavering support and guidance have been instrumental in this journey. To acknowledge among such talented and dedicated individuals in both is inspiring and motivating. I continue to strive in excellence to do my best to live up to the values of this award, what this award represents. And again, thank you for this honor.
Thank you, and congratulations again. Next, we have Renee Hoyo, instructional assistant from Long Beach City College. Renee serves as an instructional assistant and has been with the Long Beach City College LBCC for more than 24 years. He's the cornerstone of the Computer and Office Studies Technology Center at the Liberal Arts campus, ensuring students and faculty consistently have access to high-quality learning environments and technology resources. His inclusive approach and strong sense of service foster a culture of connection, innovation, and excellence. Renee plays a vital role in promoting career technical education and career readiness programs while providing essential technology integration and troubleshooting support across the college. He's also a proud ambassador of LBCC in the community, actively volunteering, supporting local initiatives, and bringing together the college with the neighborhoods it serves. Congratulations, Renee.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't see Renee here. Is he online?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Renee, there we go. Floor is yours.
I just want to say thank you, and I'm honored to be recognized by the Chancellor's office, and I just want to say that I share my achievement with my whole team. We all work together. We can all achieve great things alone, but if we have a great supportive team behind us, we make things even brighter and better. So I share this award with everyone here in my department and across campus.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vanessa Sines, Admissions and Records Specialist Senior for the International Relations from Cuyamaca College. Vanessa Sines serves as a Senior Admissions and Records Specialist for international students at Cuyamaca College. She's been dedicated to removing barriers and ensuring equitable access for all students for more than 2 decades. As a Cuyamaca College alumna, Vanessa brings a unique student-centered perspective to her role, proactively redesigning systems and processes to support student success before challenges arise. Her bilingual support, leadership in international student services, and cross-campus collaboration reflect deep commitment to inclusivity and community care. She actively contributes to campus planning efforts, professional development, and committee work, all while maintaining exemplary standards in service, compliance, and communication. Her work directly supports institutional goals for access, retention, and student achievement. Congratulations, Vanessa. And I believe Vanessa does not have remarks. Is that correct? Okay. Then fifth, we have Jamila Saleh. Jamila serves as an executive assistant for student services at Merritt College. With a focus on removing barriers and creating inclusive pathways, Jamila plays a critical role in ensuring students receive the support they need to persist and thrive. She's actively involved with shared governance, college-wide planning, and key initiatives like the Institutional Effectiveness Partnership Initiative, IEPI. Whether mentoring students, supporting enrollment efforts, or collaborating with cross-functional teams, her work is centered on creating equitable outcomes for students. Jamila serves on the IEPI Partnership Resource Team and is an active participant in statewide professional organizations. Her involvement in high-level initiatives and attendance at inclusion and equity conferences demonstrates her dedication to continuous professional growth and broader systems change. Congratulations, Jamila.
First and foremost, I want to thank my family because they see all the hard work that goes into the dedication that we do in serving the community. I did not prepare a speech. I brought my son today because, of course, I thought, yeah, I would receive this award on his birthday. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So I do want to thank the Board of the Peralta Community College Board of Trustees. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. It's easier to serve the community than to be in front of you guys. I serve a city that's very challenging. I work in Oakland, California, but I am a change maker and I lead from the middle and I continue to do so. I'm an untraditional community college student that navigated through our systems and now is allowing my twin boys to navigate through this system, and they were accepted into UCSC because of our systems. Thank you. So at the macro level, you guys have a lot, but at the micro level, it's really tough. So we appreciate every effort that you guys put forth at this Board of Governors, and it was a great pleasure to be honored here and for all the work that we do. It's endless work. I want you guys all to know that, and I want to thank you. And I want to most of all thank the Merritt College administrators who have supported my journey and my professionalism navigating through our systems and helping our students that are disproportionately impacted. It is a great pleasure to serve in the community college system. Thank you.
Good job.
What is your son's name? Matthias. We are absolutely singing happy birthday to Matthias. All right. Okay.
All right, mic's on.
Mic's on now.
Mic's
Okay.
on.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Y estas son las mañanitas que canta Madre David.
How old are you, Mateas? All right.
That's cool.
Wonderful. We'll take board comments now. Does anyone have anything to add? Member Brown.
I just generally want to say thank you to all of our classified award recipients and also to all classified employees across the system. I know you all, well, you could tell in the words that they shared, they're so humble, they're so community centered. And I had so many metaphors that ran through my head that classified employees are the steam in our engines, the wind beneath our wings. They're the WD-40 that comes in for all the pain points, right? Everything. And within my district, we've had, when you look at their years of service, our presidents, like the longest serving president was like 5 years at one point. That's across 9 colleges. And you look at these years of service of our classified employees. I went to visit Cerritos College, and usually for a new student and also for lost board members, when we're going to college visits, the first person we interact with is a classified employee. And someone just came out of their office and said, "You look lost, what do you need?"
Yeah.
And when I started a conversation with this person, they said, "I've been here for 25 years and through 5 presidents." So we need to understand how critical classified employees are to the longevity, to understanding the history of everything that we do, and to ensuring the success of our students and all of our work. So thank you so much. You are beyond essential to the work that we do. We appreciate you.
Member Haynes.
So you were so eloquent. I just want to add a thank you because the classified are the backbone relative to getting things done on behalf of our students. So thank you so much for the service. You are highly a representative of what we see on our college campuses.
Member Adu.
Hi, I just wanted to extend a really heartfelt thank you and congratulations to this year's Classified Employees of the Year. As you said, the work that you do is often endless, but yet you continue to show up with the heart and the dedication and the values of our system. And that commitment definitely doesn't go unnoticed, especially as a student. As Board Member Brown mentioned, it's often classified employees that are the first people we interact with on campus. So whether that's the person in front of the admissions office or upstairs in financial aid or student services, you're the first person we see, are greeted by, who helps us when we're nervous or guides us when we're lost. And you support us through our entire process, and you turn our campuses into communities. And so even though this work may happen behind the scenes, your impact to students especially is really deeply personal and it's really meaningful. And so I just want to say thank you for everything that you guys have done to make our colleges places where students can not only succeed, but feel seen and feel like they can keep going, especially when things get hard. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll provide the last comment here, and then we would love to take a photo with you all. I just wanted to give a shout out not only to you for your wonderful, wonderful and important and integral work, but to the classified staff all throughout our colleges. There's an individual by the name of Wences Anaya, who is classified staff at Mount SAC, and he helped me fix my son's computer. He jumped on Zoom and diagnosed this problem, which turned out to be my idiocy in closing the little screen so that I thought the computer was broken, but it was just the little filter. Highly embarrassing, but he helped me diagnose that. And it's that relentless optimism and can-do problem solving. I will not leave until this is fixed kind of attitude that just shows that just demonstrates the heart that you have in this work. So thank you very much, and congratulations again on this wonderful recognition. All right, please come up for photos. Oh gosh, public comment first.
The public comment period on item 5.1 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have Wendy Burrow Wine Coop.
Hello, whoops, sorry. Hello, Wendy Brill Winecoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I feel like I should be turned around. Classified employees are often the unsung heroes of the community colleges. They keep our campuses running, students supported, and allow faculty to focus on teaching, often doing so behind the scenes without much recognition. It's wonderful to see the board and the chancellor's office continue to honor their dedication and impact, especially with such a strong pool of nominees this year. This year's recipients represent the best of what our system stands for: commitment, service, and leadership. FAC congratulates all the awardees, and thank you to the Board of Governors for continuing to spotlight the incredible work of our classified employees. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, and we have no virtual comments. So now we can go to the picture. We go to lunch after the photo. Needed to make sure that you knew. Okay, photos, please. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to break for lunch now. We'll be back in half an hour. Please be back at 1:30. Excellent. Welcome back. We are jumping into item 4.2, and we're trying to accommodate Executive Vice Chancellor Ferguson, who's in some subcommittee hearings today. So we're going to wait until he comes back obviously for him to do his items, but we're going to take 4.2 and 4.3 now. So I will pass it to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning to do 4.2, Proposed Regulatory Action Certificate of Achievement.
Oh, it's on now. So good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, and I am here to present item 4.3, Proposed Regulatory Action for the Certificate of Achievement. And if you recall, this is the second reading of the Certificate of Achievement proposed regulations presented for first read at the March Board of Governors meeting. The proposed regulatory action seeks regulatory alignment and supports student transfers to four-year institutions. And I am seeking the board's approval of this item.
Thank you very much. Any board comments? Member Brown?
Yes, this is the student education plan.
No, the certificate of achievement.
Certificate of achievement. Okay.
Yes.
I don't have any questions about
That
this
one's
one.
next.
Okay.
Coming up.
Thank you.
Any other board member comments? All right, let's move to public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.2 is now open. You will have 2 minutes. President Aguinaldo, we have no in-person remarks or virtual at this time.
Thank you very much. I'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Thank you, Member Hayes.
Second.
Thank you, Member Chang. Andrea, may I have a roll, please?
Love Adu,
Aye.
Hildegard B. Aguinaldo,
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown,
Aye.
Casey Chang,
Aye.
Amy M. Costa,
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente,
Aye.
Tom Epstein,
Aye.
Pamela Haynes,
Aye.
Harry LeGrand,
Yes.
Bill Rawlings,
Aye.
Los Villalobos, Syrian Villavicencio,
Yes.
Joseph R. Williams.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We move swiftly to item 4.3, Proposed Regulatory Action Student Education Plans, and we're sticking with our Deputy Chancellor for this one.
All right. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Dr. James Todd. Oh, yes. All right, to join me. So this item, 4.3. Oh, now it's 4.3. No.
It's 4.3. We're 4.3. We're on student education plans, whatever number it is in yours. It's student education plans.
Oh, actually, it was I'm sorry, it was originally 4.1 on my sheet. Okay, so good afternoon. So we are here to present the proposed regulatory action for student education plans. And this is the second reading of the student education plan that was presented. We had a presentation at the March 2025 Board of Governors meeting. And it's my pleasure now to hand it over to Dr. James Todd.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and our board. Thanks for entertaining me as I go through a little bit of background on this item. We can go to the next slide. Just want to remind us of the why and the importance of timely educational planning. And this quote was from our most recent work with guided pathways that and researchers found that students enter college with big dreams and goals, and those with an education plan experience more sustained motivation, cope better in the face of challenges, and have higher completion rates. So we're looking at both persistence from the first year into the second year with these regulations, as well as completions for all of our diverse students on our campuses. We can go to the next slide. And so we had several regulations that we did some alignment with, as well as some work on clarifying that comprehensive educational plans would be completed in a student's first year, which would help set them up for success and persistence. A few things in this plan as well was multi-pronged. It's not just regulation that we're working on across our system. It's a comprehensive effort. One is providing better data element definitions around comprehensive ed plans, and we have rolled that out through our MIS definitions. Our student equity plan that's required for colleges for the 2025 to 28 SEP includes a data section as well as narrative section on how colleges are tracking comprehensive educational plans in the first year, and how they might plan to address disproportionate impact in students receiving those. We have the proposed regulation changes that are in front of you. And then finally, part of our work is to build system capacity. What's included in these regulations right now is to do this to the maximum extent possible to ensure that we're addressing student needs and identifying student populations that need plans, but also to promote effective practices, processes, technology across the system to build capacity and ensure that comprehensive ed plans for non-exempt students in the first academic year are provided. On the slide that you see in front of us, there's all of the changes that we've made since the first reading. And so we took under advisement several comments that we received from colleges, across the last couple of the last many weeks, and we also sent that out for one last look for it with a 15-day notice. What's important about this is it's not about the how, but it's about the what. We're asking for comprehensive ed plans to be developed, as I said, to the maximum extent possible. And we hope to be coming back to the board in 2 years to consider even taking that phrase out of the regulation as technological advances and sharing best practices hopefully have moved our system into a place where it is a given for all students to have a plan in their first year to promote their success and persistence into the second year. The concerns we've received, one in particular was the addition of advising and other educational planning services in the 55-524. But I wanted to make a point that the terms advising and other educational planning services were added to the subdivision to align with the existing requirements of Section 55-523. And that's actually the title of that regulation. We didn't come up with new language. It's actually just doing alignment with those pre-existing regulations. And as well, we serve all 116 colleges in our regulatory efforts, and we also follow Ed Code by maintaining and continuing to the maximum degree permissible local authority and control in the administration of the California community colleges. So our work is to align our regulations, and this consistency is crucial as we support local districts in their work. There are colleges who depend on counselors, and there are those who depend on academic advisors to do educational planning. For example, in the last board meeting, Stacy Savilich was recognized for her commitment to promoting diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility, and belonging in education. And she works as an associate professor of history, sociology, and ethnic studies, as well as an academic success coach at Feather River College. And so part of this is to balance and make sure that we're supporting local districts in the ways in which they're administering and getting towards the what, which is really our focus on student success, student-centeredness, and receiving these plans in a timely manner. So I will stop there and take, and I'm sorry, I had some other key changes I wanted to highlight. One was that we removed placement information from the required components of a comprehensive ed plan and instead added course placement and credit for prior learning as factors to consider when developing comprehensive ed plans. We also included program progress to ensure that students have access to their current work and their chosen program and course of study. We also referred to section 55-532 for all groups of students who may be exempt. There was a little bit of clarity that was needed from the field on that. And then finally, we removed the phrase or lose loss of registration priority out of the student requirements, and it's listed up there in 55-530 to support students in need of an education plan without imposing barriers or negative consequences. And I think that was one of the comments, if I remember, Board Member Haynes had brought that up in our first meeting. So we addressed that as well. And now I'm done.
Thank you very much, James. I didn't mean to cut you off. Did you have anything else?
Nope, I'm perfect.
Okay, I will entertain board comments now. Member Brown.
So thank you for your work on this. I would say myself and all counselors would agree, we want students to have student educational plans. It's a shared goal. And the majority of the changes that were made are reflecting that. The trouble with the one change that you mentioned at the beginning, that there were a lot of comments in both the 45-day comment period and within the last 15 days, with adding that language of counseling, advising, and other, I can't remember. I'm not reading it
Educational
right now.
services.
Other
plans,
services, right. And the response being so that it can be in alignment with the other regulation, I don't think that's a sufficient response because we can change the other regulation. Perhaps that's what needs to happen. Perhaps the old regulation needs to align to what we're doing now here. Reason being, and also I saw reiterated in the response that this is not a job. What did it say? We said something like no roles are listed here. This is not about any particular role, but that's the way it's being perceived. So this is an intent versus impact issue. This is a highly contested issue in a lot of districts. This is something where, and I'm going to bring up an example from completely outside of our system. There's an organization called Afro California. They've been doing some really interesting work with spreading more awareness that, first of all, Black people exist in Latin America. And one of the things they say is, we're not just a genre of music, we're a people, right? So when you put the word counseling in there, it's not just talking about the act that we do. It inherently is also talking about a role. When you put the word advising in there, I'm not sure what that means. For counseling, we have minimum qualifications that are very clearly outlined. For advising, we do not. So putting those two things next to each other makes it appear like we're supporting the administrators that want to water down services, that counselors are fighting to make sure that doesn't happen. So when I think about the idea, it's not that we don't want advising to exist. We've already been doing that through guided pathways. We have faculty advisors, but they have very specific delineated roles that are very drawn out and distinct from the role of the counselor and counseling. So I think it's critically important that we don't conflate these things. And if the other regulation needs to change in order for us to be in alignment, that's what I would support. That's going to be a really sticking point for me and for many counselors, and that's why they keep bringing it up. And I get the intent, and it sounds simple on the surface, but it's how it's going to be weaponized, right? A knife can be a cooking utensil, or it can be used to gut someone, right? So we need to be really careful with this language and really listen to why faculty, administrators, all kinds of people keep reaching out and telling us, please don't mix this language, because they're already having a struggle with this issue. So what are your thoughts on that?
And well, first off, I appreciate your comments and also all the other comments that we've received across the system. The reason I brought up the example from Feather River College as well is that our regulations also need to, we're not serving 80, we're not serving 90, we're not serving 100 colleges, we're serving all 116 who have to live through and implement the regulations and the changes that we make. And so we need to make sure as well that we're providing avenues and ways for them to continue to conduct their own practices that are locally determined by their boards and on their campuses and in their districts. So that would be the first place to kind of explore. By changing language here or going back to another regulation, we may also impact colleges that are doing educational advising, for example. And so part of this was to make sure that we had as much flexibility built into this so that districts could pursue what was best for their students, their local service area, and for their institutions.
So I would just say that I'm not saying that advising shouldn't be included overall, but I don't think it should be included in the same line as counseling. So there could be a completely different section that talks about those things. Those are not things that are part of minimum quals, like I said. So putting them next to each other, I think that's where this issue is arising. So I think it could make sense in a future iteration to separate those things out, because I think of it the way like the health industry is structured, right? You know, the doctor has a certain role, the nurse has a certain role, right? Billing, whatever it is, those are job terms, even though we're saying it's not, they're job roles. So we need to be really careful. So I still feel that that language should not be added. Thank you.
Member Haynes, then Member Williams.
So I really, I appreciate this discussion, and I really appreciate the sentiment that my colleague just made. But there's for me as a former trustee of 25 years, there's advising that does go along. And I hear what you're saying relative to where it's being sort of placed next to counseling, because counseling is a higher level, higher expertise. But advising goes on all of the time. And so it actually needs to be there in a regulation, because there's this broad spectrum of what our students need. And there are, and I say that relative to my experience at at Los Rios in particular, where there was a definite need to have advising of students, so much so that money was accrued so that students would not have to wait sort of weeks to get someone to ask a question that they needed literally days in which to get an answer. And while I appreciate that, that's no fault to our counselors, they're obviously there's a fiscal and financial issue around that. I don't want our students to be disserviced, because that ends up being their only avenue. It can't and should not be their only avenue. And so there are levels, and maybe those levels at the local level need to be articulated in a way that there's limitations on what that advising looks like, but that's a local issue as opposed to a regulatory issue that we're voting on today. And so that's how I would say it.
Member Williams.
I think I got a question and a comment, because it sounds like you're discussing like whose job it is to, in my experience with ed planning was that the advising was around what classes to take, but guided pathways was supposed to help clearly define the paths. And so it sounds like if we're still needing to invest in advising, the paths must not be clear, because you used to get this yellow document and they would draw circles on it and lines, and then you would kind of figure out what classes you needed to take. That was what it was. But it seems like we really should be investing in the counseling that helps students get through, and the paths should be clearer. Maybe do we have too many options? And it doesn't feel like we ever have that conversation locally or up here on what kind of system are we really designing, and because it still seems overly complex. If we can't figure out, I come into the door, what service I'm going to give to you, because students, my understanding is they pick what their goals are, they tell you what the degree is. Why are we still struggling with helping students decide what classes to take. And so my question, Chair, is it feasible? And I don't know, it seems like guided pathways have kind of fallen off as a brand. Like, it doesn't seem like districts are really, talking about it like they used to. Even like when you go to the conferences, guided pathways, when it first came out, it was every workshop had something about guided pathways. And it seems like that conversation has kind of died off. Because what we were understanding that we would see more block scheduling. Because if I go to a private university, I don't have to pick classes. This is the degree I'm going to get, and it's all set up. And then they really focus on helping you get through. And so why in a system where we have students that theoretically have more challenges, we still have all this complex stuff? It's still not making sense. And so I think we need to understand, is guided pathway still a thing at the local level? Do people understand it? And are we still working towards those pillars that are within, guided pathways? Because I don't even think we haven't even talked about, are they doing intrusive counseling? And that's a whole nother subject. So those are my comments and question, kind of like, can we find out, is it still a thing for colleges?
I think there's a lot to unpack with what you had to say, and I think some of it parallels is what Board Member Haynes was saying. There is some real need. Counseling is across many kinds of areas that serve students. Personal counseling, career counseling, the intrusive work that we know many of our student populations need, and is about very much equity-centered practices. Guided Pathways was designed to do a couple of different things, really provide clarity, and also the onboarding experiences for students to find what they wanted to study at campuses. We're over 10, or coming up on our 10-year mark as well, where we've done a lot of work in terms of mapping out degree pathways and also working on the technology that can help us get there. The other pieces that we're absolutely painstakingly going through right now is how we help with credit mobility, right? And articulation. Our Common Course numbering is really, and our CalGETC work is supposed to better simplify, especially the transfer process, and for students to have a very much an easier time figuring out and following ways to their next destination at a 4-year university or our own baccalaureate programs. So a lot, I think, has gone into this work, and I think what we're trying to do is make sure that students are early connected to these pathways that are already mapped out on campuses. And I think, Board Member Brown, where you were headed as well, is that it's not really only educational planning that counselors are doing. It's just that artifact and that process of connecting with students is what's so important, where you get to know them, they can see you, they're having a real conversation. That's in parallel with you reviewing their education plan. You discover other needs that the student might have, or other ways that you can help support them, or the campus might connect them to services. And so I think in our efforts to try to share best practices, it's about how can we really make sure that all of our students experience something kind of fundamental, which is knowing which courses they need to take and knowing their transfer destination, but also all of those pieces of proactive advising that are part of guided pathways. So this is still centered in that work in terms of ensuring that students are moving through and are onboarded in a very particular way. But this is also to make sure that all of those students experience that early. And I'll just say one last thing about the data. Once students have a comprehensive educational plan, they inherently seek out more support. And so there is a correlation between ensuring they have that plan and all of the support that they seek and they get connected with on campuses. So that's an important data piece for me that I've learned through our own system-wide work.
Member Costa, then Member Epstein.
So I think I'm going to divide the question a little bit here, which is that, the regs before us, as I see it, kind of update our processes with a lot of things that we've talked about as a board, credit for prior learning, all of that. And, on the face of it, okay. But what I hear in the comments, especially around resources and candidly what we heard earlier today with AI, I'm going to just tell folks, if we need AI to plot out how somebody can complete their course of education, we're in trouble. And we need to start working on making it far less complex. And instead, often we're like creating this maze that's almost impassable. And I'm going to say for my daughter, now she's at CSU, but nonetheless, she insisted in her freshman year that she take 15 units. How she knew that, I don't know, but she insisted on that to her counselor. She's starting her senior year. At her last advising session, she was told, oh, you haven't taken a science yet. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And so I'm fine with the regulations, but I'm looking at the chancellor because I think really, again, we need to kind of think about it more holistically, because when I see the questions about resources, it's because we've made it overly complex. And this is where we need our faculty. I'm not an expert, and clearly we want to make sure that everything is, to the standard that our faculty want it to be. But the fact that we need like this roadmap and circles and all of that, I mean, that's just, it is an institutional barrier. And for first generation folks or people who are not native speakers, like we're just throwing up barriers that make it overly complex. So I'm fine with this before us. I think it's fine. I think it updates it. I guess I'm just going to challenge us to the next iteration, thinking about blowing up some of those boxes.
Member Epstein, Member Chang, and then Vice President Rawlings.
So I concur with Member Costa. I got a little freaked out when Joseph said nobody's paying attention to guided pathways anymore, and I'm so I wanted to I have two questions. One is for the chancellor. What's your impression of the college's commitment to guided pathways? Is it still kind of a primary objective to clarify those pathways as much as possible?
I felt a punch in my gut when Board Member Williams made that comment, and felt like maybe our office, needs to do more, because everything is really taking guided pathways to another dimension. I mean, it's become, it started off as a preliminary concept, and now we are like building in support structures, and we're bringing in technology. So I think we have a work carved out if that connection is not being made into the pathways and guided pathways for students. I did make that note.
Let me clarify, because my comments are not to diminish anyone's work or anything like that. That's not my objective. What I'm saying is, when I walk into the building and I don't see it, that's where my question is. If I don't see block scheduling, if I don't see that you can get in easy, then it's saying, hey, because we've been talking about guided pathway for it's 10 years. It's 10 years. And so when I don't see it, I'm like, well, the colleges aren't really, so I'm not trying to like diminish the work that they've done. I know there's a lot of paperwork that has been crafted, and I know we had the navigators, and I know there's been a lot of work done. I'm just saying, when you go, can you physically see it on the ground? That's why I asked about the survey. Yeah.
And I do want to make a comment here, since the minute you say guided pathways, a lot of folks even identify the work of guided pathways. When I was, sort of president, evangelizing around guided pathways, there's, the whole concept of our students in particular, I just finished Bill Gates' source code, and now I'm reading Paul Allen's Idea Man. And, for our students, the concept of having an education plan is fundamental. And it was like Guided Pathways 101 when we started rolling this out 10 years ago. So in some ways, we were having a chuckle in the chancellor's office. It's like, are you kidding me that this, conversation is happening, at this point in time? But, I'm an optimist. So if we look at the work that we have done, an example would be sort of Program Pathways Mapper. So this is a manifestation. It is an operationalizing the idea of plans in a tool that is, web-based interactive technology that lays out the pathway to, former President Costa was mentioning the CSUs and UCs. So breakthroughs of the program pathways mapper that has been, I think, for about 2.5 years, and getting that to scale up, those are going to be our technology fixes so that it's not, complex. And I think the idea to challenge us even further so we don't have to have solutions because the original structure wasn't clear. So Guided Pathways is strong and well. So California Community Colleges, we are all tuning in for the Board of Governors meeting. This is your chancellor speaking directly to you. We are on Guided Pathways 2.0. It should be up on all the walls and in the air we breathe and the rooms we engage in to have conversations. Thank you very much.
I had a second question that was different. And as I was reading the comments and listening to Member Brown, it seems to me like what the fear of the counselor community is and the faculty community generally is that this change in the regulation will give colleges an excuse not to hire more counselors. Is that really what we're coming down to? And they're already kind of under counselored to begin with? That's the issue here, right? Okay. So I would be curious what our folks say about that issue directly.
So a few things on that. I think every district is different in terms of how they're working on providing services, but that is not the intent of this. We also know that our students need more, right? We lose so many of our students from the first year into the second year, right? How do we help them be acclimated, have modes of belonging, have the support structures and services that they need, the counseling, the crisis work, the personal counseling and career work, as we were talking about. Those are really, really important, and not every student is receiving those. So this may reorganize some of the ways in which we're delivering services, and that's an important piece, right? We should no longer, 10 years into Guided Pathways, that there are students that don't know their instructional map on how they get to a transfer institution. It is unbelievable that we're still at that place 10 years later after the inception of it. So how do we rethink on our campuses ways to get there? And there's a couple of things that's important right now. We have potential legislation that may say, we're going to do this for all students starting a year from now. And what our process right now and these regulations are much more focused on building system community to solve this problem. We've used the language of to the maximum extent possible so that we can come together across our 116 colleges and try to solve this and share practices and reimagine the ways that we're engaging students. So I would say it's continuation of the work and finding what students need, what processes, and how they best engage with the support services that we have. I don't know if I should yield to you, but I feel like you want to say something.
No.
No.
It's passed.
Oh.
I was following up with
Darn.
Chancellor Christian's comments.
I'm just supporting my bosses too, so.
Member Chang, Vice President Rawlings, and then Member Brown.
Very much reiterating what Member Epstein and Member Costa have been mentioning, and also what Member Brown has been mentioning. As a student, my ed plan was instrumental in making sure that I knew what I needed to take. Not saying I necessarily followed it every semester because sometimes classes overlap and I couldn't take chemistry and bio at the same time or whatever it might be. And so those are like concerns that I've heard from other students in like the implementation of these. But I also do understand how important it was for my transfer goal, in achieving my goal, in getting through the system. And so I also just think it's so important to have that human to human connection, because I think AI can do a lot of like the last minute questions that I might have at like 1 a.m. the day before registration opens and like these last minute things. But it's my counselor saying, oh, well, that class isn't offered in spring, or you have to take it in fall because it's a sequence and it might throw you off. And just having that insight was so important because I had to take organic chemistry, all the biologies, a lot of physics and math and everything, all these sequences that if I didn't take it cohesively, I probably would have
Yeah.
fallen behind and done a lot worse. And so I think that like human to human contact and just hearing from a counselor who knows and is an expert in my topic, whether that's like science or whatever field I want to go into, is just so important from a student perspective.
Great, thank you. We have Vice President Rawlings, Member Brown, and Member Adu.
Right. So a few things. First, Guided Pathways is more operationalized now than it was before. So it's less an active topic of conversation going on the campuses, but it's still there. Although I would say my own experience, it doesn't seem like all the programs are fully mapped yet. So there's still some regular ongoing work that's happening with it. But it's more institutionalized rather than being a highlighted program for us. But it is taking some time. So to all the faculty working on it, thank you for all the work you're doing on that front, because it is a tough slog. But particularly around Member Brown's comments and just trying to think about how we go from where we're at to where we'd like to be. I recall a number of years ago, the Academic Senate had, I think, passed a resolution at one of the plenary, really calling for refocusing and supporting counseling work as a discipline versus advising. And right away at Mount SAC, where I'm at, there was a complete change in how our classified advisors were interacting with students versus counselors. And there was a really strong emphasis on the role and the value of counseling as its own discipline with the students. And we had to redefine what advising meant for us, right? And so seeing the regulations, understanding the need to have like an umbrella kind of set of regulations, I wonder if there's a way if we do a guidance memo on this, that we can more clearly define and uplift really the importance of counseling to our students, where advising is a little less defined, and where students might interact with advising as a resource on top of and really as a result of the counseling that they've received, right? So I think there's a way to have the regulations as they are, but then really clarify and define the importance of counseling and then the appropriate roles for the less professional level of support for our students. So any thoughts on that?
We are supposed to give some guidance out as well around, this is related to our transfer audit that we had. And the transfer audit very much focused on first year educational planning as well for students, ensuring that we knew what the content, the form of educational plans were. And I think there's a variety of ways that we can also engage some of our best practices in counseling, in advising, in a memo format. And we want to provide that information to the field, as well as any upcoming kind of regulatory changes that are happening as well. So great points. Yeah.
Excellent. Member Brown, Member Adu, Member Williams, and then public comment. Member Williams, Member Costa, and then public comment.
Okay, so this next comment of mine is not to the regulation itself, but to this conversation we had about Member Costa talking about making this more comprehensive, and to Member Williams' question, and get ready for another gut punch. The other day, a counselor asked me, do we still have to do guided pathways?
They don't know.
They don't understand what it means. They think that it means instead of all the counselors being in one building, we're spread across different buildings. Or they think it means instead of me being a generalist, like that it's a certain structure that was set when their particular campus set a structure. But it's supposed to be an iterative process, and it's supposed to be, but the problem is that we have such a revolving door that a lot of the leaders that set up something that's supposed to be iterative can't really pass forward that information about, okay, well, this is what we started, but what do we want to do now? So I connect that to that I know that there's a desire to provide more professional development. So as we do that, we really need to make sure to weave in this thread of guided pathways into every conversation of every other thing we present to people very intentionally. And also knowing that every semester we have new employees who were not here at all when all of this started. So it's very essential. And then on the legislative advocacy side, I saw there was Assembly Bill 934, which is touching on the same subject. So keeping our eye on things like that and thinking about what kind of advocacy do we need to do? We all have the same desire to solve this issue, right? And I see like I said, I see the intent of this. But maybe there's lots of other different solutions that we need to do in order to have a comprehensive solution. So I'm thinking about things like, how does the 50% rule impact the decisions that administrators are making in terms of hiring counselors? How does with Guided Pathways, for example, we had a temporary partnership with a local Cal State where we did 4-year maps so that students could see the first 2 years we chose just 10 of our ADT degrees and show the first 2 years and then show exactly what classes the students will be taking after transfer. Wouldn't it be wonderful if all 116 did that and maybe we could do regional projects, right? There's some more opportunities, but we didn't do anything since then. The idea was that we're supposed to keep it going, right? But oftentimes, if there's no specific dollars put forth to something, people just turn their attention to whatever else is the salient thing of the moment that they need to get done. And it's not because, even those that do understand, it's not because they don't care. It's just that there's only so much time in the day and only so many employees. I would like to see some information presented to the board about counselor-student ratio specifically. I've seen that certain colleges that are often called the Bright Stars have a much lower counselor-student ratio versus others. So taking that data point also into consideration as we think about how all of this works. So I'm kind of wanting to pull together all these different threads and do the comprehensive thought process that Member Costa suggested. So I say all that with hopefulness that I think we can help people understand that Guided Pathways 2.0 is here and help people understand. But we do have to sort of think, oh, wait, we have to go back again every time. And we do need to preach to the choir. They need to hear it too. So thank you.
Can I make one comment on that just really fast? There's a number of us that have been working on kind of the refresh of Vision 2030, just more to put it in context a couple of years later. And that is exactly what is in that document. Maybe you get so close to something, maybe it's not specifically called out, but Guided Pathways is that entire document, from the ways in which we're thinking about our technology and technological infrastructures, the ways we use data, the way we're thinking about unit accumulation with students, the ways we think about what our transfer agreements are with our institutions, the building of baccalaureate degree programs, the continued focus on specific populations throughout that entire document. The entire thing is, I'm not sure, and I'm not going to ask my boss publicly, but I don't know that document exists without it, right? It's almost like the entire iceberg underneath the surface that we're maybe not calling out all of the time, but is absolutely the principles that are at work throughout that document. So I think you're right in a sense that if folks are not seeing that, the better job that we do to kind of reestablish and understand that that's what this work is, and it's intentional, it's intensive, and everything we're doing to craft around very specific practices that we never address with very particular populations. How do we make veterans more successful? How do we make foster youth more successful? How do we work with our working learners more intentionally? All of that work it's designed to make Guided Pathways more effective for diverse Californians. And so I'm hopeful, given your comments, that we can continue to have that conversation as we come into the next iteration of Vision 2030.
AKA Guided Pathways.
There we go. You know that's going to be worked into the presentation next time. Yes.
Member Adu, Member Williams, Member Costa, public comment.
Thank you. I appreciate the diligence that went into drafting these documents, and I want to acknowledge that I do believe that student educational plans and guided pathways are essential for student success. That being said, in particular to the way this was drafted, I'm concerned about the way that some parts of the regulation may unintentionally create barriers for students. In particular, Section 55524C states that colleges must provide SEPs to the maximum extent possible. And then section 55531D allows colleges to place registration holds or remove enrollment priority if a student fails to complete those SEP related steps. So that's concerning to me just because there's no clear safeguards to ensure that colleges actually provided timely and equitable access to counseling or planning services before applying those penalties to students. So it kind of creates this one-sided burden where students can be penalized even if institutional capacity gaps like Board Member Brown mentioned counselor shortages prevented them from fulfilling the requirement or getting the proper counseling services that they need. And so for me personally, I'm really worried about the students in that situation, especially those that are like first generation who have never interacted in academic space. They may not even know that they're missing something or may not even be contacted that they're missing something. And then they could face barriers from the penalizations of not meeting those SEP requirements. So I just think in particular for mitigating the risks to students being academically penalized, I think we need stronger accountability on the institution's part or less ability to penalize them for it. Thank you.
Two quick comments on that. I love where you ended, which is so much of where the impetus of this is centered is to make institutions be more accountable versus having to push that onto students to ensure that they're responsible for their own seeking of an education plan, for example. So we're shifting where the responsibility is, but we have removed the phrase or lose or loss of registration priority. So we did take this out with this latest update for the regulations, and that happened between the first meeting and this meeting. So your comments and other comments were brought in for this last iteration that's in front of you as well. So I think what we had heard from a variety of folks was that that was a negative consequence for students. So thank you for those points.
Member Williams, Member Costa, public comment.
Two books. One is called Street Data. And so I asked, like, when we make comments here, just take it as data, because when you say I'm punching in your gut or we're doing bad work, it's just data. It's not a critique. I'm just giving you data. So the book Street Data is really good in that we use it in K-12 because we are all coming from different points of views and different perspectives. And so we all get different information. So when we're making comments, we're giving it from the perspective from which we sit. I'm a local trustee, I work in K-12, and so I'm telling you how I'm seeing it at the ground. So Street Data is a very good book to look at, to know that when you're receiving information, it's just data. That's what it is. The second book is Scale Up by Vernon Hirsch. He talks about complexity and how when organizations grow beyond 4 people so you think about how massive this is, people have initiative fatigue. And so, like, some folks don't know the difference between an initiative, a framework, a program, an activity. And so when we come out with Vision 2030, then, people would think, okay, yeah, we're not doing guided pathways anymore. And so the brands that have been established that are important, you do have to keep it in front of people, and you got to tell them 7 times, and it needs to be in 7 meetings. It's marketing 101. And so, again, when I'm bringing these things up, it's about what I see at the street level and what's being implemented. And so I think there is an initiative kind of fatigue. And so if you have established brands and you want people to remember the thing with it, you got to lead with that, so, that while you may understand that Vision 2030 is it, but, you got a new VP that comes in, don't read the stuff, or, they don't speak about them in the same way. So I wanted to go back to your point around investing in professional development. We really need that. We got to continuously train and retrain, because when you get at complexity at this scale, there has to be somebody focused on sense making. And because after a while, it's just a bunch of noise. It's just information and noise, and people are tired. And if I got a student in front of me, I might not be thinking about the documents and all of the great stuff that you all provided, but no one here is doing bad work. So please, let's not say that.
If I could just maybe respond just very quickly. So I think the first point around the branding and the ongoing branding of guided pathways is a key point. And from my vantage point on the ground, in terms of the operationalizing of guided pathways that has occurred in the last 10 years, just from the colleges that I've been at, Guided Pathways has been branded. And so each individual district or college calls Guided Pathways, they make it their own, and then they brand. So for example, San Jose City College, our Guided Pathways is the SJCC SPOT, Student Pathways to Opportunity and Transfer. And that's what we've branded. And then just another example from another college, which I believe the Board of Governors gave an award to, is De Anza College, because their branding of Guided Pathways implementation is the villages. And then they've mapped out. So I just wanted to, just support that in terms of the branding. But as Dr. Todd mentioned, I think that we might not have the same types of branding happening across our colleges. And Member Brown's point about needing that professional development, because we do have leadership, turnover, and then we've got faculty retiring. There's a lot of changes that happen at our colleges, all the time. And so how do you keep it at the forefront? And then the last point that I wanted to make, just sort of connecting the dots, is with the Vision 2030, I think that we have been very intentional, as a team with the data, the regional data convenings that we've been having for Vision 2030, so that we can share all of the elements that you've talked about around our transfer priorities. And we will have our transfer work plan that we'll present shortly. So so we've been engaging with the districts across the state so that they can see that the work that they're doing is in alignment. And if it's not in alignment, then we support them getting there. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Member Costa, then we'll take public comment.
I'll keep it brief, President. I appreciate the comments on excess credits. The chancellor knows that was a big deal for me because I view it as an inefficiency in the system. Excess credits means somewhere along the way, somebody got the wrong message, because I'm pretty sure if you asked any of our students, they don't want to spend extra time there. They want to make money and get a job. The other thing around the resources, and I appreciate Board Member Epstein's question, which was excellent, is not just how many people, but how they are spending their time. And, to me, and I've learned from my colleague, Board Member Brown, and I think we all know, our students need a variety of supports that aren't just about what courses to take when.
Yep.
And allowing our professionals to have more time to have those conversations, I think will produce greater outcomes for our students. And I just want to pause and reflect. I think it's so interesting. We're talking about maps and that's a level of complexity that's ridiculous. I mean, you're basically saying we need to give somebody the Rosetta Stone, because if we don't, they're going to get lost. And our greatest asset is also our greatest weakness as a system, which is we are everything to everybody. And I just think we all need to figure out how to make it a little bit simpler.
Last comment on this is I'll just say that education code as well for the C program, which is a $500 million program. All colleges must talk about and implement guided pathways on their campuses. So just want to put that out there as well. We do have some backing in those plans. Yes.
Thank you, Board. We had a lot of passion around that subject. Let's go to public comment.
The public comment period on item 4.3 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have 3 public comments here. Wendy Burrell Weincoop, Latanya Parker, and Cheryl Aschenbach. Come on up.
afternoon. Wendy Brill-Weinkoop, President of the Faculty Association of California Community Colleges. I want to highlight that the revised language stating that districts should ensure plans are completed in the first year to quote, maximize to the maximum extent possible reflects a commitment to meaningful progress within our existing budget constraints. This balanced approach wisely avoids the strict mandates proposed in AB 934. However, it's crucial to reiterate that comprehensive education plans, while important, are just the beginning. The real impact comes from the meaningful conversations between counselors and students that bring these plans to life. Counselors are the guides who help students explore their interests, solidify their goals, and map personal pathways to achievement. We must not confuse a finished plan with the transformative process of creating it. To fully realize the promise of comprehensive ed plans, we must invest in the counseling services that enable these pivotal interactions. Authentic, in-depth conversations require time and support. Counselors need manageable student caseloads to provide the focused, individualized guidance that sparks success. The proposed Title V revisions are a thoughtful step forward, but their impact will be limited without corresponding investments in counseling capacity. FAC urges the Chancellor's Office and Board of Governors to champion these resources as an essential complement to the revised regulations. Together, let's ensure our colleges have counseling strength to inform every education plan into a springboard for student achievement. I know Cheryl's going to say something about the roadmaps being confusing, so I'll let her go into detail, but a lot of it is confusing because of where they're going. We're not necessarily creating where they're going. And on top of that, excessive units, that's education. So I hate to limit how much education we allow students to have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Chancellor Christian, and members of the Board of Governors. I am Latanya Parker, Vice President of ASCCC. I respectfully bring to you the following public comments, just like in March, regarding student educational plans. As the proposed regulatory amendments aims to shift the burden from students to the institution, the board is urged to consider the benefits of personal ownerships and students being co-creators in the comprehensive student educational plan development. The ASCCC supports providing comprehensive student educational plan guidance to help students meet educational aspirations. But we want to minimize student complaints if service failed them as identified in Section 55524E. In the recommendation in terms of co-creation process, there is a need for the ongoing support of the counseling faculty role and holistic student development, as spoke about earlier with my colleague here, and not just an electronic educational blueprint. As a counseling faculty with 26 years of experience in community college system and a community college student who completed 24 additional units at the advisory of a peer student, the request is also for continual support for counseling faculty to provide oversight, completion, and review of comprehensive student educational plans, not advisors or peers or success coaches. We look forward to the continued dialogue. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. The Academic Senate recognizes the importance of student education plans and supports the intent of the proposed resolutions. As Board Member Brown pointed out early in the conversation about this item, most of the proposed changes to the regulation are consistent with that intent. That said, the Academic Senate appreciates the concerns expressed by the public, most notably about the proposed student education plan regulations during the 45 and 15-day comment periods. Comments made that highlight concerns about the inclusion of, quote, advising and educational planning services, end quote, are consistent with the academic concerns relative to impacts of the regulations on the role of community college counselors. While the Chancellor's Office says repeatedly in its responses to comments that, quote, this regulatory action does not speak directly to the roles and responsibilities of counselors, end quote, and instead focuses on, quote, the process of developing educational plans and the content of those plans, end quote, the reality of implementation is exactly as public commenters stated. As proposed, the regulations undermine the critical role of faculty counselors in supporting student educational journeys, especially with the suggestion that classified advisors or technological solutions can carry the load. We already know the reality. Colleges have too few counselors. There are inadequate inadequate resources to hire more counselors, and the counselors in our system have unmanageable caseloads. All of this unfortunately results in lack of or inadequate student success or student access to counselors. We also know that student journeys are challenging and best navigated hand in hand with a trained faculty counseling professional who can integrate mental health counseling, personal and career counseling, and academic counseling and advising while working in support of students to identify their path, navigate their path, and persist to completion of their educational goals. Guided pathways. Academic counseling is about holistic support of students who, yes, benefit from earlier access to comprehensive educational plans, but cannot be accomplished by fragmenting the role of counselors or limiting the scope of their work to completion of comprehensive educational plans at the expense of all other aspects of the holistic student counseling experience. California community colleges need to invest in the hiring of counselors in tandem with increasing expectations for earlier and more comprehensive student educational plans. It's been suggested that we've made transfer too complex. It is not we, as the faculty or staff of the community colleges. The expectations for transfer are set by the four-year institutions comprised of two large but disparate public systems and a huge network of independent private institutions. These 100+ institutions largely have differing expectations of what it means to be prepared for transfer and entry at the junior level, not just as it relates to preparation specific to a major, but to what it means to have adequate exposure to lower division general education. Add in the reality that approximately 75% of community college students are part-time with ever-changing needs and availability term to term, and planning for transfer is, in fact, incredibly complex. It is not, however, complexity of our own making. And that's only for transfer. That's not considering those students who are choosing to go straight into the workforce with endless options. The solution to the complexity is to increase investments in the faculty counseling professionals who are critical to the holistic support students need. The 2003 Academic Senate paper highlighted a counselor-student ratio of 1 counselor to 1,918 students based on survey of the 108 colleges in existence at the time. In that same paper, the Academic Senate recommended that the system work to achieve a counselor-student ratio of 1 to 370, consistent with the preliminary report of the Board of Governors 2003 Real Cost of Education Report recommendations. While this data is from 20 years ago, the experience of counselors and students at our colleges suggests that ratios have not improved. Making these investments in expanding access to counseling services at community colleges to support the intention of comprehensive educational plans may require adjustments to the 50% law, similar to what is recommended in the recent legislative audit report on the 50% law. Thank you, and thank you for letting me go a little bit long.
No virtual comments? Andrea, any virtual comments? Okay, thank you very much. I will take a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Andrea, may I have the vote, please?
Love Adu. Hildegard B. Aguinaldo.
Aye.
Adrian C. Brown.
Abstain.
Casey Chang.
Aye.
Amy M. Costa.
Aye.
Ricardo de la Fuente.
Aye.
Tom Epstein.
Aye.
Pamela Haynes.
Aye.
Harry Legrand.
Aye.
Bill Rawlings.
Aye.
Blas Villalobos. Syrian Villavicencio.
Abstain.
Joseph R. Williams.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We are going to move to section 5.3 now. It's Data and Technology Infrastructure Part 1, Strategic Vision and Operating Model Updated. And I will pass it to Executive Vice Chancellor Hetz and Executive in Residence Hadsel.
Craig, it's
5.3.
you.
Okay, Craig too. You can come up, Craig. And before you get started, I just wanted to do a quick time check. It is 2:36 and we have 7 items left. So just be mindful. Thank you very much.
Duly noted. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, I'm Executive Vice Chancellor John Hetz for Research, Analytics, and Data, and I'll let Dr. Hayward introduce himself.
Good afternoon. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, and Chancellor, and Board of Members. Board members, Craig Hayward, Visiting Executive of Strategic Research and Innovative Design. And we're here to talk with you about the data and technology template.
All right, so we were going to have Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson lead this item. So I have a prepared statement from him to all of you. So I will do my best Chris Ferguson impersonation. Not really, I don't have one, but I will provide to you his opening statement. Good afternoon, board members. Although I'm currently attending an Assembly Budget Subcommittee hearing highlighting the important work of the California Community Colleges, I'm honored to share the critical importance of our technology and digital innovation team and the portfolio they oversee on behalf of our office. I'm incredibly fortunate to lead our office's technology and digital innovation efforts. Prior to my arrival at the Chancellor's office, I closely followed the development and implementation of key initiatives, including the Program Pathways Mapper, the Common Cloud Data System, and critically important cybersecurity advancements. Our office's digital innovation efforts are focused on developing, implementing, and expanding the use of technologies that support our campus communities, further the success of our most marginalized students, and help achieve the goals outlined in Vision 2030. The governor's budget recognized the vital role of technology by allocating significant resources to expand the system-wide availability of the Common Cloud Data Platform, support the development of a collaborative enterprise resource planning platform, create and implement a career passport to help students better communicate the skills that they have acquired over time, and assist colleges in implementing student-centered credit for prior learning policies. Although the state's current fiscal condition necessitated significant reductions to propose support for many of these initiatives, we are grateful that the administration's May revision maintains strong programmatic support for the Common Cloud Data Platform, the implementation of credit for prior learning, career passports, and e-transcript development. In closing, this is Executive Vice Chancellor Chris Ferguson. I am confident that our planned technology and digital innovation strategy will empower our team to work collaboratively with system leaders, faculty and staff, students, and external technology partners to develop the innovations needed to support the ongoing success of our students, campus staff, and campus leaders. So if we could have the slide deck. Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started while we wait for the slide decks to come up. Here we go. If we could just move to the next slide. Excellent. So what you'll see here is an overview of our entire technology portfolio, focusing on the partners that we have at individual districts that have driven some of the important work that we're doing as a system, our external partnerships that we have engaged with in the last few years, and some of our key entities that continue to provide resources. As someone who's come from the field and now have been at the Chancellor's office for some time, it's been exciting to be a part of the rebuilding and evolution of our statewide data research and technology portfolio. And you can see that it has really rapidly expanded over the last few years under the leadership of Chancellor Christian. We have developed new system-wide strategies, invested in new leadership, including Craig Hayward here, as well as Jory Hadsel behind me and Ernest Shee, I think, over there on the sideline. And we have a solid and growing team of folks on the Chancellor's office staff and distributed across the system. Next slide. All of this is aligned to help be a core part of Vision 2030. If you remember, one of the things that we talk very carefully about as a system in Vision 2030 is how we are going to do this work at scale and leverage technology to do so. So using these new initiatives to deliver equity and success in access, support, and success for all of our students, setting standards for digital solutions, strengthening the workforce readiness of our students, empowering educators, as you heard earlier, with leading digital technologies and artificial intelligence to be able to do the work that previously would have been nearly impossible for us to do. So we are developing a broad multi-pronged approach that is networked and agile and integrated. And we just want to give you kind of an overview of some of the key parts of the portfolio. If I could go to the next slide. And so this is a broad picture of our data and technology portfolio. On the left-hand side, we have research and policy. You can see there's a lot of things on there. Data Vista has been a new development for us, moving away from the launch board. It's really a powerful new platform for us to display the work of our system to everyone, both within and the system as well as external folks. We have the new Vision 2030 metrics. There's a lot of things going on. I do want to focus on one particular thing that was very exciting, and that is the development of the Research and Policy Center. Our system has led the nation in being responsive to data, being responsive to evidence. And so from that type of thing, we've gotten work like all the work that we've done on equitable placement and success through things like AB 705 and 1705. And both Craig and I have been working in that space for over a decade, and it's been very exciting to see. We have an opportunity as the single largest educator of undergraduates in the entire country, representing 10% of all undergraduates in the country, to actually lead on more than that. And so one of the things that the chancellor is working on is developing a center that will help us take the forefront of that. This is a remarkable opportunity in this moment where we have a lot of people who have been doing very powerful educational research who are looking for employment opportunities right now, as it turns out, and we intend to put that to good use. So you will be seeing a number of contracts coming up in the July board meeting for people to stand this up, to really put us at the center of conversations about research in higher education. On the far right, you can see the Information Security Network and Operations that's being led by Vice Chancellor Shi. We're not going to really talk about that very much today, but I do want to turn it over to Dr. Hayward to talk a little bit about the emerging technologies work that he's helping lead on behalf of the system.
Thanks so much. So in the middle of these two strands, these two other strands of work, the research and policy, the info security, the network, and the IT operations, we have emerging technology. And at this moment in time, I don't really need to tell the board what an opportunity we have in front of us there with particularly generative AI technology, but other technologies such as virtual reality are potentially transformative game changers. So leading our ability to sort of act nimbly and quickly in this space is the Digital Center that is being stood up this year. You already heard today from Jory Hadsell, Dr. Kim, and from Kieran at N2N about the powerful application of generative AI technology to eliminating fraud, one of the most persistent issues that we've been facing over the past few years in the system. So that's just an example of the kind of work that we can be leading at the Digital Center. We also have, of course, the longstanding investment in the Butte Technology Center and the portfolio of technology there. And I think what we're in the position of not wasting a crisis, as it were. We had in the governor's budget some very ample funding for the Common Cloud and investment in common collaborative ERP, our digital infrastructure, get us up to 21st century standards, real-time data. Fortunately, most of those projects still have a pulse. There's still a level of funding, but maybe not as robust as we had been anticipating. So the Common Cloud is going to be we're going to be looking for efficiencies to grow the capabilities of the Common Cloud with the $12 million budget that we currently have. And that is such a critical element underpinning the work of the Digital Center, right? Having that real-time data. And already we have results from that Common Cloud. We have our first ever multi-district real-time enrollment management dashboard. The data is flowing into that Common Cloud. So with that investment, we're going to continue to expand and realize real-time student support opportunities and other kinds of valuable, program mapping, real-time program mapping. All of that is going to be based off the infrastructure that the Common Cloud is laying down for us. We're also moving very quickly. We have a number of partnerships that are being developed through the Digital Center, Gen AI first and foremost, with the Chancellor's Office, looking to evaluate all of these innovations and understand which of these are investments and opportunities for scale for the system, and which are maybe local solutions that serve some of the colleges but don't necessarily need to be scaled to all of the colleges. And within that, we have some significant investments being made in the Career Passport, the skillification, if you will, of higher education, understanding the skills that are being imparted to our students at a more granular level, and interleaving that with their work history, credit for prior learning, and competency-based education, all being manifested in that Career Passport, which will also leverage that common data infrastructure. and the program Pathways Mapper, which is already folded into the Common Cloud and is going to give us the basis for understanding student progression in real time, including current enrollments as they happen, so that we'll have a dashboard that comprises a statewide view, which is something that we haven't had in the past. So we can understand, where our students are taking courses across multiple districts and colleges. 20% of our students enroll, have enrollments across multiple districts, 40% across multiple colleges. So bringing together a new level of insight into our student progression and the ability to support students in real time is one of the core functionalities, as well as leveraging new operational efficiencies such as fraud elimination. So the emerging technology space is extremely exciting right now, very dynamic. And although the May revise wasn't all that kind to the governor's proposed investment in this area, I am an optimist, and I prefer to see this as a glass that's 7% full instead of 93% empty. And I think we can definitely realize efficiencies and continue to move forward very quickly in this area. And with that, I think that concludes our prepared remarks.
We do have just one additional slide, just for your reference.
Oh, that's right.
You were going to just quickly talk about how we're integrating across.
That's right. We've been working very diligently, and I'll be quick. I won't read this slide to you, but this is to give you a sense of how, as opportunities arise, the team in the Chancellor's office, John Hetz, Ernest Shee, Chris Ferguson, myself, and Don Davis-Rougeau, Jory and others will be evaluating these, hearing from the field in the ideate phase, and then working through a structured prioritization process, looking for opportunities to partner and fund, develop, pilot, evaluate, innovate, decide again what we scale and sustain and what stays local and what maybe was a learning opportunity but doesn't need to go forward. Okay, with that, we'll conclude our remarks and see if there are any questions.
Wonderful. Member Haynes.
So thank you so much for the presentation. The Common Cloud, you put a happy face on that. And I really do appreciate that part. So, and it sounds like there's several things that can happen in that time frame. But I'm wondering what's left out and what the plan is relative to funding that, because for me, real time is just so critical to everything we do. Things just move way too fast in this environment, and not just the community college environment, just in general. So that's my first question. And then, and if you could speak to, or someone can speak to the skills translation, because the community, the nation, the world is now looking at skills. They're not looking at that you have necessarily an associate degree. We did look at it that way, but when we can't, because our businesses are now looking at it in a very different way. So I'd like you to speak to that, because so the real-time data, skills that have to be translated for our students and to move forward, and then critical thinking. Those are the three things, and then how fast things are moving. So those are the three things that I continue to connect. And I'm going to put this caveat. I read stuff from Harvard, and one of the things that they were saying at Harvard was, we as a country, as educational institutions, really have not been able to make a determination of that we're failing as instructors to instruct relative to critical thinking. That when folks are tested against that, our institutions are not doing a very good job. And maybe that's in the translation, and I'm not sure. But and I don't expect you to answer that question, but these other two things are critically important. And so what is the timeline? And I really appreciated one of the earlier comments because they made the reference to we're working at breakneck speeds, and that just warms my heart, unfortunately for some. But I'd like to know, given the restrictions, how do you move forward? And then at the end of this year, will things be up that you'll come back and you can say, well, the end of this fiscal year, come back and say, this is what we've accomplished and this is where it has really helped our students?
I think so, absolutely. So to go back, not that far into the past, about a year ago, the Common Cloud was just getting started with a set of agreements being hammered out amongst the initial cohort of districts that were participating, 6 districts representing 11 colleges. Today, we have a fully functioning dashboard with data from all of those districts flowing in, and they're not all on the same ERP. They're from 3 different ERPs, the major ERPs in the system. So Banner, Colleague, and PeopleSoft. Going forward, we're actually adding a second cohort. So we've been, that project has been moving so quickly, relatively speaking, for a technology project, to having actual demonstration dashboards that we can begin to use already, adding a second cohort. And we have a full year left on that initial demonstration project. So there's still some funding and some time left on the clock. And then we have some additional funding coming in. So we are definitely sorting through, and we're not going to be able to do everything that we had put on the roadmap for the Common Cloud. But we think we can preserve the core functionality of real-time enrollment, which is, again, key to understanding where are students going, what are they being advised to take? What should they be advised to take? Understanding scheduling. It really opens up an amazing set of possibilities. And then having enhanced analytics where our research team can get access to that real-time data and begin to build our own dashboards in the Chancellor's office and at the individual district level, shareable across a common data infrastructure, right? So very easy to kind of translate, share. So we think that all of those elements, those core elements, are still going to be preserved. We have the program pathways mapper data in there already, and they're an active partner in this work. So tracking students is going to be enabled through understanding the program maps that colleges have created. And there's work ongoing in that space with AI to help make those more personalized for individual students. So I think that's going to take us into very quickly the ability to do pilots around, or at least a demonstration, a proof of concept around real-time support and personalization. What we need to figure out is what that looks like on the ground in terms of keeping humans in the loop and empowering our counselors and our staff to support students in real time in ways that maybe they haven't been able to do before, but it kind of supercharging them with those new capabilities. So I think all of that is still very achievable and at scale. We haven't figured out all the numbers yet, but we think we can probably scale it across the whole system. The big outstanding question within all of that, though, is sustainability, because what we really lost in the budget more than anything was on $29 million in ongoing. So we don't have that ongoing. So that's the piece, that we're going to build it out and kind of like Field of Dreams. Hopefully the money will come to sustain it once people see, how amazing it is.
Your mic, Pam.
We also, in this demonstration, we need to include students. And it may be just assumed that the student, but we need to get their feedback as well relative to how it's working for them. Whether it's, they need to be part, I believe they need to be part of everything that we actually do. I don't care what it is. And so their voice and their input is just, for me, and I think for them and for the system, critically important. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Du?
Hi. I just want to start off by saying that I'm really excited about this. I was really looking forward to this agenda item. As a data science major, I'm definitely going to get into some technical questions, but I'm going to start off with the student involvement in this. I just wanted to ask, how are students who are the end users of tools like CCC Apply, Assist, degree planners, being directly involved in not only shaping and the testing, but the evaluation of these tools? And could our vision for a more robust, coordinated digital ecosystem include student voices through a more formalized, let's say, student tech advisory group like the Climate Fellows, or feedback loops that make sure that we're heard in the process?
Well, I can speak to the involvement of students in the design of the Program Pathways Mapper tool. So there's a major new 2.0 release of that coming out this summer, and it's basically student input was the reason it was redesigned the way it's redesigned. So when you see it's intended to be more usable, more kind of answer some of the questions that students had about that particular tool. And we used a resource as a student design lab that we access through the foundation. So that input from that student voice was incredibly valuable. And we would welcome it on really all of our projects. And I think it's a terrific suggestion that we expand student voice in this work.
And I would just add that we've made sure to very closely involve students, both the representative student bodies of the system, but also students working through the Student-Centered Design Lab on the redesign of CCC Apply, as we've started thinking about the redesign of eTranscript, and as we're moving towards Career Passport, to make sure that we understand how individuals anticipate being able to use those tools, making sure that they're usable, thinking about current existing design principles that are supportive of using it across different platforms, and making sure students have an opportunity to see the products all along the design trajectory, right? From the initial prototypes, kind of mapping things out all the way to kind of draft products to the final product. So we've worked very carefully to involve students in all these, kind of different tech tools that they touch directly. But I love the idea of a student tech advisory group, and that's something that we'll take back and think about how we can try and give that some oomph.
Absolutely. Thank you. I really love hearing that that's something that you guys are already doing and plan to expand on. Getting to the more technical questions, in terms of data privacy, there's a lot of, in this plan, a lot of the growing integration of AI, real-time analytics, right? And so I want to ask, what safeguards are in place to ensure ethical use of student data, and how will students be informed of how their data is collected, used, processed, especially in the predictive systems that you mentioned? And then there's a second question added to that. From like a technical perspective, what efforts are being made to standardize data schemas, taxonomies, APIs across platforms to ensure that we reduce redundancies and maintain a lot of accuracy across our systems, so that the real-time insights support student success instead of making it more confusing because of repeats? Thank you.
I'll start with kind of a general overview, and then I'll turn it over to Craig for some of the specifics. So one of the things as we've moved towards this work that we have very conscientiously set up this year is the new Data Governance Advisory Work Group, which does have a student member as well. And the goal of that is to handle many of the questions that you just asked, making sure we have a robust privacy policy, make sure we have a robust access policy that only individuals and organizations that are supposed to have access to particular data do, and to kind of work through that entire process publicly, develop standards, policies that not only the system uses and all of our new products will use, but that colleges then can use themselves as well, right? Because these questions are not just system questions, they're also large questions that each of our individual colleges and districts face. So I'll turn it over to Craig and Jory.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We have this very large, and it's something that we've all been talking about, the need for the Data Governance Advisory Work Group, which is going to really kind of get our arms around the questions that you were raising, Board Member Adu. And I think what's new in this, a lot of this data exists and is buttoned down, very secure. There will be some new work around leveraging Gen AI technology, and so that's where we need to think through notification, opt-out opportunities as appropriate, as stipulated in the humans principles that were developed by the AI Council. So there is some work to be done. We're very much oriented towards that, and that we have the right data governance for supporting generative AI technology. And around standardizing data, I think we have a huge opportunity here, right? So they say don't waste a crisis. I don't know if this is a crisis, but we don't really have the luxury of not integrating our data. So we don't want to duplicate systems. We need to integrate. And so I look again at the Program Pathways Mapper, which has 3 core principles, and one of them is don't reinvent the wheel. So that really comes down to LTI, APIs, so different technologies for integrating our systems and our services so that they play well together and create, most importantly, I think, a unified, a coherent end user experience. And then, of course, opportunities to better understand student journey and realize those efficiencies. So, yeah, thank you. Terrific questions.
You, Joe. If I could just chime in, I was so inspired by your second question that I got out of my seat back there and came up to the table. But I did hear in that question a concern about data quality, right? How do we ensure that the data that's being pulled together is the right data that's organized in a way that we have that level of confidence? And what I love about that question is that is really the heart of what we're doing with the Common Cloud. We're pulling this student data from all of these different systems. In the process of doing that, it's not like we're just aggregating it. We actually have to organize it and transform it so that we end up with a unified data set across our different systems. So it's an excellent question. We're definitely engaged in that work. And I think that's going to pay dividends going down the road in future years.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Seeing no other board member comments, we'll go to public comment.
The public comment period on item 5.3 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have one, Cheryl Eschenbach.
Good afternoon again. President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, and members of the board. I will not speak quite as quickly on this one. And I will admit that I blurred 5.3 and 5.6, so you get a little bit of both in this one on accident. The use of a technology solution to address increasing enrollment fraud is an excellent example of leveraging technology to address a significant concern. The example we heard earlier of using AI to award credit, certificates, and degrees has promise, but it's troubling if it's not undertaken in close collaboration with students, faculty, and classified staff evaluators. Earlier, I appreciated President Kim's clarification that the efforts related to AI at Santiago Canyon College have been developed in close collaboration with classified professionals and faculty. This is critical, but it may not always be a priority to those who see technology solutions as simply easier, faster, and less expensive than the humans currently doing this kind of work. As we think about system structures, as was just covered, I want to make sure, as representative of Academic Senate, that we emphasize the importance of utilizing local governance processes and intentionally engaging interest holders, including students, faculty, and classified professionals in meaningful collaborations to improve upon current practice. And when we're talking about statewide implementations and efforts, thank you to Member Adu's comments about including students. We really need to then make sure that we use our statewide governance structures and processes, including collegial consultation with the Academic Senate and inclusion of representatives from the Student Senate when necessary. Thank you, Member Adu, for also mentioning data security. For the examples of credit evaluation and integration of student-provided documents that we saw earlier, that included written letters. Who owns the data once it's processed through AI? Are students aware of the ways in which their data is being absorbed and processed? And do students and others have opportunities to opt out to stop consumption of their data into some of these technology models and tools? And I appreciate Craig mentioning the humans model. I think it's important that we keep asking ourselves questions when we're working with these technology systems. What are we doing with the data? How's it protected? And how can folks opt out? And how can we be transparent? I want to share that at plenary session in April, the Academic Senate delegates acknowledged the launch by CSU of a centralized AI Commons that provides tools, resources, professional development, and guidance for ethical AI implementation across their institutions. And as in consistent with that, our delegates passed Resolution 111.08, which calls for Academic Senate to recommend to the Chancellor's Office in partnership with industry, faculty, and statewide organizations, such as Community College's Digital Center for Innovation and Learning Lab, to establish a centralized Community Colleges AI Commons that provides system-wide access to generative artificial intelligence tools, resources, and professional development opportunities. And I think that was in the middle pillar of the one slide that was shown. So I'm, hoping as we continue to do our work with generative AI that something like an integral central place for AI elements are included. And then we hope that interest holders, including the Academic Senate, will be involved in shaping a comprehensive plan for something like an AI Commons. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. No other in-person comments. Andrea, do you want to go to virtual, please?
Yes, I will hand it over to Gary for virtual comments.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. I lost your audio, but I think you guys can hear me. I want to thank Member Adu for her question. I want to be involved in this. I hope you guys could get in touch with our student representatives at Mount SAC. Yeah, this agenda item starts with the systems undergoing rapid technological change, evolution. With this evolution, the students' rights need to be protected first. Just recently, we had Pearson, our books data leak. Why are our books keeping logs on students? And this is supposedly old data that they didn't even need to hold on to. As a student, I want to limit data collection to the bare minimum. And I want the retention policy to be at a minimum. And I want to see everything that's going on with every piece of my data. When you look at something like our Canvas policy, which we're all forced into, it says we sell or share categories of your personal information to advertising marketing companies, advertising networks, business service agencies, business-to-business companies, marketing data companies, data analytics providers, social networks, educational institutions and companies. I also want to thank Member Haynes, who brought up critical thinking and reading Harvard professors. There's Bruce Schneier, a lecturer at Harvard's Kennedy School, who has really good books and articles. Also, Professor Emerita at Harvard Business School, Shoshana Zuboff. And I hope you guys can
30 seconds.
Look at those books, those writings and interviews. And if you do, you'll see that if you think critically about the way that this technology is being used, it's not acceptable. Right now, there's a class action lawsuit against Instructure Canvas. And I hope all of you guys can read that as well, the class action lawsuit. There's many service providers that they contract with. Some have security issues that put us in danger. We need full audits of every company, full transparency. And
that is time. Thank you.
We need transparency in all technology systems that we're forced into. Students need control over all data collection. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Gary. And with that, we'll move on to item 5.4, which is the Vision 2030 Transfer Work Plan. And Deputy Chancellor Tomaning will welcome you back to the microphone.
Okay, good afternoon again, President Aguinaldo, Vice President Rawlings, Chancellor Christian, Board of Governors, Rowena Tomaning, Deputy Chancellor, here to present item 5.4, the Vision 2030 Transfer Work Plan.
Joining me for the presentation, we have Ginny May, Visiting Executive, Terrence Willett, Visiting Assistant Vice Chancellor, and Dean Aaron Larson. I'd also like to thank the rest of the transfer team because we are a very big active group that meets every week for their efforts at developing the plan as well as working on our transfer audit and other transfer-related projects, CalGETSI implementation and Common Course numbering. As you know, equitable baccalaureate attainment is a strategic direction one of Vision 2030, and it continues to be critical for ensuring that all Californians have access to education and support that lead to economic self-sufficiency. The Vision 2030 work plan will drive 5 baccalaureate degree attainment and transfer-centered goal outcomes in Vision 2030. And I think that in the presentation, you will see connections to AKA Guided Pathways implementation, as well as the baccalaureate degree program. So with that, I am going to go ahead and let's move to the next slide. And I am passing it on to Terrence Willett.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. Guess you didn't have as much of a choice as I did. And so we're preparing for you a whole series of metrics to take a look at around transfer, and we've been doing some goal setting. As a quick recap, you guys have already approved some goals for 2B, 2C, and 2D, and we're developing goals for 2A and 2E, and we'll be coming back to you in July on those. Those are a little more difficult to create metrics for and will require some innovative data sources, so it may take us a little while to get to that. But overall, all of the goals that have been set, not surprisingly, set increases in the number of students getting ADTs, getting transfer, and then obtaining bachelor's degrees at the community college. Some of this is against a backdrop of recent declines in transfer, partly due to COVID. We're hoping to do some COVID recovery. We've already seen some recovery in terms of enrollment. However, we do have a countervailing trend of the UC and CSU having capacity issues. So when we think about, well, how are we going to attain these goals of increase in transfer and ultimately increases in bachelor's degrees, we're going to have to be creative and look to other partners beyond UC and CSU. We still want to partner with them. And they're still going to be a primary partner. But a couple of other strategies we have. One is outlined in 2E. There are nonprofit private partners that we can partner with. Some of them are in-state, some of them are out-of-state. We also have some other out-of-state partners that we've already had longstanding relationships with, like the University of Nevada, Reno, Southern Oregon University. There are other out-of-state partners that are newer players. Arizona State University that just acquired Ashford has been making inquiries into some of our colleges. So that's another way that we can expand capacity in addition to the rise in BSIs, Black Serving Institutions, among California community colleges should result in an increase in partnerships with HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities that at the undergraduate level are out of state. And last but not least, the other way to create bachelor's degrees in our state is for us to do it. Community colleges. So we're able to do that in a limited number of programs. We do have some limits in the number of new programs we can engage in per year, but we'd like to see if we haven't hit that limit yet. So we're working collectively to see if we can maximize that in addition to the enrollment, recruitment, and graduation component of that bachelor's degree attainment for California Community College bachelor's degree. So we'll come back to you in July with even more detailed information about all of that. But for now, that's just the highlight. And let me pass it back over to my colleagues.
Thank you. So next slide, please.
All right, so I'm Ginny May, and I think we've already established that. So let's talk about the transfer work plan. The Vision 2030 transfer work plan is a data-informed plan consisting of 5 activities with an intentional focus on underserved populations, especially Californians in rural communities and those that are place-bound. As we dive into implementing these plans, we will work with the Chancellor's Office Research and Data Analytics Unit, as Terrence has just discussed, to gather specific data to the participating populations for a deeper analysis on outcomes driven by these 5 activities. So next slide. So this is the first activity of which Dean Aaron Larson and I will be covering all 5 of them with a brief overview. So this first activity is a Rural College Transfer Collaborative demonstration project. And you've probably heard rumors about this, but now we are bringing it to you. So this project is born from early efforts to establish protocols for colleges setting up course and program sharing agreements to increase access to certificates and associate degrees for students attending colleges in more remote regions or rural areas. Colleges in such areas often have limited capacity to offer a full spectrum of associate degrees due to availability of faculty and student enrollment. So the Rural College Transfer Collaborative demonstration project is designed for colleges that serve rural populations. Some of the colleges might not be rural colleges themselves, but they serve rural populations. And they often reside in what is termed now as university deserts, referred to in the Distance Matters report by the RP Group. The goal is to expand access for rural and place-bound and underserved populations to associate degree for transfer opportunities in STEM fields and other high-demand fields such as education and agriculture. Foster streamlined transfer to 4-year institutions and bridge equity gaps in degree attainment. Next slide. So key elements of this project include building a collaborative of up to 10 rural serving colleges in the North Far North region, one of the regions we haven't addressed yet, and that was talked about earlier in this session, I think, by President Aguinaldo. So key elements here include establish course sharing agreements through the California Virtual Campus in order to increase the number of ADTs offered to students in those areas, integrate an expanded use of Program Pathways Mapper, which has been mentioned a number of times and will be again, and so that pathways are clear to students, create transfer partnership agreements with regional 4-year institutions, so that could be institutions that are not California institutions, such as University of Nevada, Reno, or Southern Oregon University, and then enhance tailored supports for students. So finally, the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges is poised to partner with us in this project, and invitations are expected to go out to colleges in late May or early June. So now I'm going to turn over the next 2 activities to Dean Aaron Larson.
Hello, okay, thank you. Another activity is the regional focus on equitable dual enrollment in STEM and CTE community of practice in the Inland Empire. So building on Vision 2030, the 9th grade strategy, and evidence-based practices found in Umoja, MESA, Rising Scholars. It's an effort to increase collaboration to address barriers to baccalaureate degree entry for African American and Black students. This is a wide-reaching partnership. It includes 6 Inland Empire community colleges, along with K-12, 4-year institutions, and community-based organizations. Next slide, please. What does this mean for students? Of the more than 260,000 high school students in the Riverside and San Bernardino counties, there are approximately 18,000 African American and Black students in academic year 23-24. Of the 23,000 dual enrollment students in the Inland Empire, 11,000 of those were African American and Black students who were participating in that program. But 70% of the Inland Empire dual enrollment students were all accessing dual enrollment without any added support So this community of practice will bring that assurance of resources and support in STEM and CTE. Next slide, please. Okay, activity 3. You all may have seen this. I presented some of these at the last March board meeting. There's a little bit more of a comprehensive data related to baccalaureates there, but we're revisiting baccalaureate degrees here as part of that outcome 2C, increasing the number of community college students who have community college baccalaureate degrees. The goal is to have 200 approved programs in 2030 with at least more than half the colleges who are offering them. But I think more important than just the number of half the colleges, it's where these colleges are located. So we want to be more intentional about where we're looking at the university deserts as well as the regional workforce need. Those are key components to where we find these baccalaureate degrees. Next slide, please. The way we're going to do this is through, you can see here, it's engaging and prioritizing outreach to support our colleges. Of course, we're working on streamlining processes. We are clarifying guidance. The board approved in January Title V regulations for baccalaureate degrees. They're not yet codified, but once they become codified, we'll be able to provide additional guidance to our colleges. We are going to optimize our data collection and develop customized labor market reports and promising local baccalaureate degree areas for colleges to consider developing those programs. And then we are looking to target some incentive funding when we find some, and maybe even developing and partnering with a strong workforce related to some CTE programs that have baccalaureate degree requirements. And our ongoing legislative advocacy are all part of ensuring that we reach Activity 3 goals for Vision 2030. Next slide. Back to Jenny.
All right, thank you. So this next one here is Program Pathways Mapper, in case you haven't heard of that one yet. It's to implement it, really go system-wide to provide more students with access to program pathways and transfer planning information. That's kind of a key theme today. So a high-level overview of PPM. The Foundation for California Community Colleges is led by Shirley Asher, and then Craig Hayward is the point person from the Chancellor's Office. So they are really ramping things up. Program Pathways Mapper, or let's call it PPM, clarifies a college's program and transfer requirements in an easy-to-understand and simple format, leading students through academic programs. It provides a semester by semester or quarter by quarter, if you're from one of the 3-quarter colleges, roadmap to help students plan their educational journeys. So it has a focused mission to improve student outcomes and a commitment to clarity and data. From the 6 years that it's been implemented, over 78 colleges from 3 different states have onboarded Program Pathways Mapper. And most recently, colleges have been invited to receive a grant funding for PPM implementation. So what does PPM embody? What are the key points here? So PPM embodies the principles of guided pathways with faculty-centric collaborations. It drives the goals in the Governor's Roadmap and the goals in Vision 2030. The Central Valley Transfer Pathways Demonstration Project has yielded a 79% use rate in that area, which is expected to be at 94% by the end of 25-26. It includes CSU and UC use, in particular UC Merced. And then finally, the PPM portion of the Central Valley Transfer Pathways Demonstration Project has led to a set of best practices for statewide implementation of PPM, exactly what a demonstration project is supposed to do. So next slide. And this is our 5th activity, of which we could have had many. So activity 5, auto matriculation of ADT completers. So this one is to pilot the automatic matriculation of associate degree for transfer completers to the California State University through the establishment of near real-time data sharing capability between the California Community Colleges Common Cloud Data Platform, Yes, it's still going to happen, and the CSU system platform. This activity is the next phase of Vision 2030's Central Valley Transfer Pathways Demonstration Project, an initiative that provides proactive and focused data flow, allowing CSU to identify and support potential transfer students, reducing the risk of stop-outs and aligning resources for a smoother transition. CSU can reach out to these students before they have a chance to even apply. This pilot will begin with the California community colleges that are part of the Common Cloud Data Platform Demonstration Project, with a cohort of 6 districts that consists of 11 colleges varying in size, and Craig covered this earlier. They have used different ERP platforms. There's single and multi-college districts, rural and urban colleges, and this will help validate the initiative's impact, scalability, and expansion potential. And with that, turn it back over to Deputy Chancellor Tomaning.
Yeah, so just to close out the presentation, thank you so much, team members, for walking the Board of Governors through the 5 activities. And at this time, I will hand it back over to President Aguinaldo for board engagement.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Does the board have any questions? Member Brown?
Yes, this is wonderful. I really appreciate all this work and all of the different areas that we're looking at to improve our outcomes. I have a question about outcome 2D. That is because the metric that we're tracking, while it is, I think it's an interesting metric, and it's, but I'm not sure how informative it is to us internally. So what I'm talking about is the metric that's tracking admits to the UC and the Cal State. We cannot control that. As you all mentioned, there are capacity issues. So that metric, while I think it's important to track, it doesn't show what progress we're making internally towards these efforts. So I'm wondering if we can come up with additional metrics to add to that area. Some ideas I have. I'm wondering about, can we track for UC eligibility, how many of our students are completing 60 units, the 7-course pattern, and have a 2.4 GPA? Can we track for our CSU students, how many, or CSU bound, excuse me, and UC bound, how many have 60 units, the Golden 4, and the 2.0? I think it would be really challenging to try to track major preparation, although it's incredibly important. And while it's not an admissions requirement, I think it could be helpful to see CalGETC completion rates included along with these numbers for this particular area to show over time our efforts. Lastly, I think it could be helpful to ask the UC and the CSU to provide us with additional information about who they've rejected, whether or not those students were rejected due to not being eligible, which the onus is on us, or if they were rejected due to not being competitive enough for the amount of spaces available, which the onus is on capacity. I think being able to dig down to those levels will help all 3 systems have better conversations with the state about where we need to go from here in order to keep improving these numbers. I'm looking right now at the UC admit data. Their minimum GPA is 2.4, but majority of majors, I'm seeing 3.3 and up that they're admitting. So what's happening to these students in the 2.4 to 3.2 range who've taken all the right classes, who got all the right guidance, they have all of this work done and they're ready to keep moving forward. Where are they supposed to go? So I want to be able to show that so that we can have more robust and conversations with our legislative process. And then I'm looking at their admit rate. It looks like it's ranging, it's by major. It looks like it's ranging between 5 and 70%, depending on the major. So again, what other questions can we ask to help show what's happening on our side?
Yeah, excellent questions. So a couple of thoughts from me. One, and this makes me think about the shift that we did from Vision for Success to the Vision 2030. And one of the things that we left out of the goal setting was milestones leading up to the goals. So things like completion of transfer level math and English, they're not in Vision 2030. However, we're still tracking them. And they're still in Data Vista, for example, and they can still be viewed. So the point you bring up is analogous for me in that we're still tracking transfer ready is another way to phrase what you're talking about. And then there's already, we've already got requests on our desk to look at this CalGETSI thing and see how people are doing on it. And you also mentioned about, and I'll use slightly different terminology, but looking at students and the extent to which they're on track with their major. And that's an interesting one in that the cleaner we make our pathways, the easier it'll make my job easier. It's really tough right now to see on pathway unless you look at certain indicators. But those are all key things for us to track leading up to these eventual milestones. So one, I want to assure you, we're still looking at all that stuff. However, you bring up a really good point in terms of us as a system setting a goal, that we're setting a goal that we have a lot of control over transfer ready, but the actual transfer, that's where there's a real shift in our ability to control and influence that. And so I'll take the liberty of speaking for Dr. Christian because she loves it when I do that. But I think in part that, and I'm coming into this a little bit late after this goal setting happens, so this is my perspective, so I'm willing to be corrected, is that there's an intentionality there to drive some conversations, to have even a closer partnership with UC and CSU about this, getting our students into these systems. And that by deliberately setting a goal that's slightly out of our control, it forces a conversation about these partnerships. I like your idea about info on UC and CSU rejections. I definitely wrote that down. My last comment on this will be as one of the consequences of the transfer audit is that we have strengthened data sharing partnerships with the UC and CSU. So we are getting more information and richer information back about who's getting in and who's not, and we'll be able to spin up some profiles of that. So thank you for that question. I think I answered all of your points. I don't know if my colleagues had anything to add on or if Dr. Christian wants to correct me.
You did a fine job, Dr. Willett. And by the way, when John Hetz mentioned the multiple measures work that led up to AB 705, I always say that the three individuals who did sort of the pioneering research, Hetz, Hayward, and Willett.
That's right.
So we now have him on our team.
Welcome. We have Chang, Haynes, and Legrand.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Oh,
thank you so much for the presentation. I think it was very informative. As a community college student who came in with the intention of transferring and getting my bachelor's, and just seeing all the work that has been done behind the scenes, which as an average student you don't get to see, I'm always appreciative of these kinds of presentations. It did bring up a few questions about me because I've been in the system for longer than I should be. And so I kind of have seen a lot of transformation from like when I started versus like now. And so one is, and it's my first question is for baccalaureates, when we're talking about programs versus like colleges offering programs, if a program is offered at like, let's say Foothill, De Anza College District, can like West Valley or San Jose City implement it really easily, or does it have to go through the process all over again? Like, is it, because I know there's a lot of pushback from like CSUs and other system partners in regards to that. But I do know that like these bachelor's programs are probably going to be very competitive because they're going to be so much more affordable for our students. And like nursing is very affordable compared to going to for-profit or going to a four-year university. just having these bachelors, I'm sure these programs will be very small and not be able to cater to as many students. So that's my first question.
Okay, so I can address that question. So every institution has to have their separate application for a baccalaureate degree program. The law lists out all of the required parts of the application that we accept. Though the curriculum can be shared, and then the college can still, use the curriculum and develop their program and then offer that as part of the application process. They need to demonstrate workforce need, readiness as an institution, things like that. So, so the answer would probably be yes and no.
And then my second question is, because I know Common Course numbering is something that's going to be starting to be pushed out more, because that's something that's been worked on behind the scenes for quite a while now. When you mentioned there's only 3 colleges on the quarter system, which makes 113 on the semester system, what does that look like when students are like taking a class at maybe a quarter college just because it's late start compared to a semester? Like, how does Common Course numbering play into that?
I mean, I'm not doing Common Course numbering. Okay, so I'm not working on Common Course numbering right now, but in my prior life, I did work in Common Course numbering, and it's almost, the quarter colleges, it's much more difficult for them to get onto the Common Course numbering system. And it's my understanding they are working with the folks that are doing Common Course numbering to set up a way so that they can be part of it as well. But it does make things difficult. And their students have just as much need for the Common Course numbering system as students from the semester system. And so I'm happy to turn it over to anyone else if they have more up-to-date information. But I haven't, do you have more up-to-date information?
No, I don't have,
It's a safe answer.
Cheryl? Okay. All right. So I don't have more up-to-date information. So we do have Michelle Grimes-Hillman, who is leading the Common Course numbering work for the Chancellor's Office. So we'll provide it. There's upcoming meetings coming up, but I have not been in conversations that have focused on the deep dive on the colleges with the quarter system, because we are working through the adoption and approvals of templates that we've developed for the colleges.
And then this is my last question, I promise. So being a student at UC Berkeley right now, there was a lot of advocacy from the UC system saying that the governor's budget, like with all the cuts and stuff, that they would have to decline the numbers of admitted students and enrollment and such. And I'm just wondering, in that regard, how will we get more students into seats, into bachelor's programs? Because I do understand that capacity is an issue, but there's also like, we have a larger enrollment now, and I assume we're going to have more people finishing and just larger rates, and it's just getting more competitive to get into these programs.
Well, that's where we can work with our nonprofit private institutions and setting up agreements with them to bring more students in. They want to work with us. They want to set up these agreements, and there have been some set up institutions that are part of the our historically Black colleges and universities, setting up agreements with them. Our AICCU, that's Association of Independent California Colleges and Universities. In addition, what was mentioned with the Rural College Transfer Collaborative, setting up some agreements like with University of Reno, Nevada and Southern Oregon University. It won't fill all the spots, but it will help. In addition, an increase in the number of community college baccalaureate degrees that are available for students can also provide places for students to go to earn baccalaureate degrees.
We have Haynes, Legrand, Villavicencio, and Adu.
So thank you for the presentation. I want to associate my support with Member Brown and her questions that she asked. And at one point, the Chancellor's Office and the Board of Governors did have at least some research around the number of community college students, California community college students that are standing at the gate. In other words, and so updating that would be extremely helpful, especially given that so many of our students are place bound and depend upon either the CSU or UC, more of the CSU for entrance to finish their baccalaureate degree. I'm pleased that we're moving in that direction with speed and with haste so that we can help with that. I would say I just saw I have a granddaughter who's a junior and is looking to come from Virginia to California. And boy, were they surprised how competitive it actually is. But in helping to do some research around that, and I would like, if you could come back and at least let me know, someplace close to 55 to 60% of there was a document that did some data around how many community college students make that shift, and it was to UCs. It wasn't just, it was, and it's a huge number. It's just that we're so big. And we have so many students that are restricted to place to go to school, but getting more information cogent about that, and then holding our sister universities accountable to the residents here in California and how important it is for them to do it. Time is of the essence for so many of our students. And this is where flexibility doesn't help, especially if they're the older student who has work and has family. So the kind of information that you can at least let the field know is critically important, and then also push it out to those who can help make a change and a difference in the lives of our students.
Thank you. LeGrand?
So I have a lot to say on this, and I've been pretty quiet, but I woke up because it's freezing in here. No, thanks for the one thing. Just a couple of things. In answer to, I think, Member Brown's question, it really is a capacity issue. So if I speak to my experience as being Vice Chancellor responsible for admissions at Berkeley, when I had something like 110,000 applications for maybe 15,000 spaces to kind of yield 7,500, there were thousands of students turned down from admissions from UC Berkeley. So that's one data point, right? I just looked at the numbers for fall of 25. I think it's 136,000 community college students who have already applied to the UC system. They're not all 135 going to get in. I mean, it's not going to happen. I also found it quite interesting because when I was Vice Chancellor, the state might have funded me for about 19,000 California students, and I had about 26,000. So the reason why I was able to take that extra 7,000 was because I had out-of-state students who were paying full tuition. So that went to supplement the Californians who weren't being paid for by the state. And then they came because they got pressure from their constituents, like California students are not getting in, so then cut back on your number of out-of-state students. So I think we're all in a really interesting dance around this. Part of me was thinking, okay, the CSUs that are suffering from enrollment, maybe partnerships with them would be even an easier deal because they need the spaces filled. The complication with that is that students have to fit and they have to go where the spaces are. And unfortunately, that isn't always the case. I don't know how many students I taught who's like, I'm just going to die if I don't get into Berkeley. And I'm like, don't die. It is not that serious. You know, there's another campus for you that might even fit better. Or I have a family from Newport Beach coming in and the kids saw the tie-dye and the purple hair and the piercings and the tattoos. I was like, they grew up in a very homogeneous community and that was not their spot, but that was their parents' jam because they had gone to Berkeley, right? So I said, this may not be a good fit for your kid because I could just see the terror in their eyes as they walk down Telegraph Avenue. So you might want to rethink that. So I'm just saying all that to just say that it's a really complicated question. And I think that we have to continue, and I think everybody's kind of pulling at levers, trying to figure out how to make it work. We're going to constantly get beat up because the capacity issue, we're never going to be able to admit all of our students into CSU or UC because they're not growing, right? And so it really makes a case to me for the continued baccalaureate expansion for the community colleges because we are more geographically spread out and easier for students to get to. So I just want to applaud you for continuing to work on this effort, but I do know it's a very complicated situation and that it's a numbers game. I just can't tell people how important that is when I sit there and think about, wow, that's a lot of students that are not going to get in here. And, when I'm talking to students everybody's been student body president, everybody's been the football quarterback, everybody's been the top of everything. And then how do you make yourself look different from the other 100,000 students that have the exact same portfolio that you do? So I keep telling students, personal statements are really important. Personal statements are really important. Personal statements are really important, even coming from community college, because that's what distinguishes you from the rest of the pack. What is your lived experience and how do we draw from that?
And one thing we can do is work with our students, work with our communities to let students know you don't have to go to Berkeley, you don't have to go to UCLA. You can go to any UC campus and get an excellent education. You can go to a CSU campus. It doesn't have to be San Diego State. You can get an excellent education and they will be fine people. Not everybody has gone to those institutions and they come out happy and ahead. And that's what we can do to help our students.
Villavicencio, then Adu.
First off, I want to thank the presentation. I have a lot of things also in my mind, but a number of the comments that were already made were already said. So I'll just start off first with the program pathways mapper. I had the opportunity to actually put that together for my discipline a number of years ago, right? And I will tell you that my colleague and I share it with our students. Our students are using it. And I just want to mention to you the local effects that this board may not be aware, I think are very important, particularly in the areas of enrollment strategic management. Because once you let the students know which classes to take, right, our folks on the ground know when and where to offer those classes. And I know for my discipline, it made it a lot easier for our department to sequence our classes. So it's accessible when students need them because they know when those classes are actually going to be offered. So I just want to share that with you, that it has more effects definitely on the ground level than meets the eye on the transfer pathway as well. Given that I'm the sole member who represents the Central Valley, I'm really grateful that our system really aligns the work with Vision 2030, especially with equity and access. So the fact that we're focusing on the far north colleges, the Central Valley, the Inland Empire, it warms my heart because those are, as you know, regions of our state that are in these university deserts or under-resourced. And so I'm grateful for that. I know Board Member Haynes already mentioned this. We talked about those university deserts, and most of our students are place-based. And that's true. I just want to reiterate that, where I know I've had certain students who've gotten into the UCs, but ended up not going because of affordability issues. So they got in, they did everything that they're supposed to do. They finished their degrees, and obviously they are unable to transfer out. So as Board Member Legrand mentioned, there's opportunities for our system to address those issues, and perhaps even looking at, again, the local universities here and really intentionally partnering with them. I'll just share with you one story. I took my students to UC Merced. And again, I'm at San Joaquin Delta College in Stockton, so it's not really too far from UC Merced. And they have approximately 300 students who are majoring in political science. And I asked them, how many of those are transfer students? And their response was 12. And wow, I was shocked, given that it is a UC. I think partly that's a challenge of stratification, even within obviously the UCs. Most students want to go to the Berkeleys or the UCLAs of the world. As was already mentioned, there's a UC at their backyard that they may not necessarily even consider. And so I think there is an opportunity here to be more intentional when we talk about outreach and having our four-year universities, CSU, UCs, to really reach out locally to their own regional community colleges to create, again, those pathways. Because I still feel that there are students who don't know, and we know that a good number of our students are first generations and they may not know all of the opportunities that are actually within their grasp. So I'm going to stop there. I think the work is obviously moving forward, but definitely there's more opportunities that we can definitely take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Adu, and then we'll take Member Adu, Member Brown, and then public comment.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a community college student, one of those students that Member Legrand was mentioning would die if they didn't get into Berkeley. I think there's definitely that mindset that Member Villavicencio was mentioning, where a lot of people don't consider the UCs in their own backyard. I can just say right now, I live in Orange County. The majority of people that I know didn't apply to UCI. So I definitely want to echo that and say we should that's something definitely to keep in mind, to sort of promote and let people know, especially the first generation students in our system, hey, there's this UC that's really accessible to you. Moving on to my questions, I wanted to ask, due to approximately 15 to 20% of CCC students being enrolled at more than one college during the academic year, I wanted to ask how programs like the Program Pathways Mapper or course sharing or multi-college data pilots and how they're underway, how is the system ensuring a seamless experience for students, especially regarding like transcripts, academic advising, degree audits, and how that would transfer over to the UCs or privates? I can like speak on my own experience. I have to open 2 different Canvas every single time I want to get a course at another college, and I forget about my assignment. So it's definitely something that's, I think, could be improved upon. And I just want to ask if you guys had considered that.
So that is one of the things we want to address with the Rural College Transfer Collaborative, is how they can make course sharing agreements, how they can integrate program pathways mappers so that courses at several different colleges can be pulled together. Students can know, oh, you know, I'm a physics major. I need this third semester calculus course and I need a physics course, but they're not offered at the same college. And how can that be mapped out? So that's one of the things we're going to work on, is getting that mapped out, getting those agreements made, MOUs set up, and making the pathways clear to students so they can set it up. Oh, I'm going to have to take this course online. Maybe there'll be a visiting professor to this campus to teach this course. And we'll be working with the CVC. Academic Senate is going to help with working with the faculty and setting up these programs. And there was one other, and Program Pathways Mapper. And hopefully what we're able to set up in this demonstration project can be translated and moved statewide for other rural areas and other, even areas where there are place-bound students that can't leave to go to another campus.
If no one else has anything to add, I can run to my second question. Just want to make sure all comments. Okay. Moving on to the second question I had, in particular for item 5 on the auto matriculation of ADT degrees to the CSUs, I wanted to ask, how would students be notified about that and overall supported and protected in that process to avoid confusion or data mismatches or misalignments with their intended transfer campus to ensure that they're able to transfer smoothly?
So I may punt this, but I can start now before I fumble. So, so this is in the process right now. It's going to use the Common Cloud Data Platform, and data sharing agreements are in process. And Craig, if I am accurate on this, okay, we've talked about this quite a bit, but I'm not the one making these agreements. I just talk about them. So these agreements, Yeah. So these agreements are underway, and the idea is that CSU will have this student information. It will be shared to their platform from the Common Cloud Data Platform, and they will be able to reach out to these students who are completing their ADTs and say, hey, you know what? You can come to our campus and we'll get you all set up. And that hopefully will make it much easier for students to transfer. Some of them may be able to transfer and not even realize that they could. And also students who think, oh, maybe I'm not qualified, maybe I can't do this. When the the university reaches out to them and says, we want you, that sets a new thought in their head that, hey, I'm wanted, I'm valued, I can do this. And so that's really the goal. And then do you want to add anything there, Craig? Okay.
He said leave it at that.
He says he got it. Okay.
And then my final question refers to private institutions. As you mentioned before, partnerships are something to keep in mind. And I know that some partnerships already exist. For example, Honors Transfer Council of California, the HTCC. I know there's a transfer pathway to private institutions like Yale and Pomona and Amherst. So I wanted to ask, are there planned, and if there's any specifics you could give about the kind of partnerships and more intentional collaborations with private colleges that you plan to have, especially ones that align with like equity and collaboration, because I know a lot of private colleges, Princeton, for example, prefers veterans, CCs, low-income students.
Let me see if I could give you a response to that one. So I do know that with our agreements with the AICCNU in terms of the California Privates and Independents, we do have a goal of increasing transfer by 20%. And this summer, so we will be presenting more on those metrics in July, but I'm also going back to the table with AACNU leadership to find ways to how we can increase their agreements with their own institutions, because they can increase the more independent colleges and universities in California that are agreeing, to the transfer partnerships. Likewise, the secondary partnership that Terrence mentioned is we also have a goal to increase the number of HBCU partners that we have, and that is already underway. With our leads with El Camino College, because they are administrating our partnership agreement. So those are just a couple of examples that I can provide you. But to your point, Member Adu, in terms of also identifying colleges and universities outside of California that have the same equity focus, that we do in terms of mission aligned, that's something definitely that we can pursue as well.
Great. Member Brown, and then public comment.
I wanted to talk about Activity 1, the Rural College Transfer Collaborative. It's wonderful to hear about the reaching out to out-of-state partners, because oftentimes for those students, those universities are actually closer to them than any of ours. But I wanted to share some specific examples. When I went with students on an HBCU tour, they would often ask the admissions representatives, is your university impacted? And the representatives would say, what does that mean? Do you have any impacted major? And they'd be like, we don't know what that means, because it's just not a thing outside of California. I called a university in Oregon when working with a student once, and I said, by when do students need to apply? And they said, the day before school starts? Very different. So when we're talking about accessibility, absolutely essential. And I love to hear that you are already looking in that direction. I wanted to give another direction that we could look for the future, and it's with the online programs at the CSU specifically. Interestingly enough, I just did a scan. There are 77 online programs that are actually campus-based where students can get full financial aid. The top 3 are at Humboldt. They have 5 programs. Chico, they have 9. And East Bay has 55. So when we're looking for partners, I would suggest those institutions, since 2 of them are in regions that are further out, but one of them is clearly the most proactive in terms of those offerings. And then a third suggestion, which links to our other efforts, which is making sure students have access to living wage job opportunities, is can we create a pipeline of, because we don't want to just push students off into these online programs and be like, well, you have a degree, yay, now what? So a pipeline with industry partners from a rural student to an online program to a remote job opportunity. So I want to see that. I think we're already going in the right direction. I just wanted to give a few more bricks on the yellow brick road we're building here. Thank you.
Member Brown, very good. I just love those ideas that you shared, and I want to let you know that we are looking at the deepening the industry partners for the rural, college collaborative, as well as our other colleges, because that is also at the heart of Vision 2030. It's to really deepen the number of partners across sectors that we have, including industry partners for high wage jobs.
All right, public comment.
The public comment period for item 5.4 is now open. I will hand it over to Vice President Rawlings to begin with public remarks in Sacramento.
All right, we have one, Cheryl Aschenbach.
Good afternoon again. Cheryl Aschenbach, President of the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges. The 5 parts of the transfer work plan all have the potential to impact and improve student transfer in different ways. Consistent with and in support of Vision 2030, the Academic Senate is engaged in multiple efforts to support streamlining of transfer pathways and improvement of the student transfer experience. Chief among these are things like improvement or implementation of CalGETC, expansion of the ADTs and alignment of ADTs for both UC and CSU, and then something you've heard a little bit about, and appreciate you asking the question about, Member Chang, and that's Common Course numbering. Common Course numbering is legislated by AB 1111, authored by Berman in 2021. It appears at face value to be about numbering. But if you think about applying a number to courses that are still slightly different, but it really causes an increase in confusion for students unless we really go to the challenge of how do we get our university partners to receive community college courses in the same way, no matter where they've been taken. So that is really talking about articulation. So I am a little bit disappointed that we have a transfer work plan that doesn't include any mention of Common Course numbering or articulation, when really Common Course numbering is right now the vehicle for transformation of articulation across 3 segments and our independents. And really, it's the vehicle for creating movement across systems for our students. To have a work plan that doesn't include those suggests that it's not a priority. And yet it's a pretty key piece. And we're pushing through the Common Course numbering effort, UC, CSU, and independent colleges to make it a priority. The perception, if we're saying that but not doing it ourselves, is concerning. As representative for Academic Senate to the Common Course Numbering Council and lead of the Academic Senate's efforts to engage intersegmental faculty to develop and vet the Common Course Numbering course templates, urge you to acknowledge articulation transformation as a transfer priority by including Common Course numbering in the work plan. I also ask you to urge your CSU and your UC board, system office, and institutional colleagues to fully engage with each other and with the Academic Senate, the Chancellor's Office, articulation officers, and all the other interest holders who are currently working to implement Common Course numbering. We are working to achieve a vision set by the December 2023 Chancellor's Office Common Course Numbering Task Force Report and recommendations. And key to that is articulation. To Member Chang, your question about quarter colleges, conversations continue. Course structures, term alignments, there are absolutely differences between quarter colleges and semester, and there has been no intention in our conversations with the Chancellor's Office or anybody else to make the quarter colleges comply with semester-based courses. But instead, we've been talking all along about pulling those 3 quarter colleges together, and we continue to talk with administrators and faculty both as we get a little bit further into the semester-based implementation to explore where those courses in sequences that, individually the courses do not align with the semester-based. How can we develop templates that are consistent across the 3 quarter colleges at the very least? So that is future work, but we have to get through these initial phases of implementation before we can really do that in an informed way. But calling for articulation here. Thank you.
I'll hand it over to Gary for virtual remarks.
We do have one hand raised. Omar Zavala, you have control of your mic and can address the board.
Hello. As a student, I was very excited to return to education. I was actually in an impacted class as computer science. I worked together with students and employees to get more classes open this semester that I took my first class. I want to take advantage of these programs and transfer or graduate even in a community college. That would be cool. I would love to be a success story of Vision 2030, but it feels like it's not for me. If anyone knows a way to graduate without being in this heavy invasive surveillance, please contact my representatives at my school, Mount SAC. I am a person of color. I used to get stopped and frisked just for skateboarding with my friends. Neighbors would call the police on us just to harass us. They would search us for drugs, for spray cans, saying we vandalized things when we were just outside. This doesn't feel equitable and right the way things are. I've been fighting for my rights for 2 years at Students and Academic Senate, Board of Trustees at my school. And everybody says our leadership doesn't listen. I could have transferred already. I've had professors fail me and significantly bring down my grade because I didn't give data over to corporations because I didn't want to give data over to corporations like Canvas, which is owned by another hedge fund. And I heard Member Chong talk about being at Berkeley. I hope you get a
30
chance to look
seconds.
at Professor of Computer Science James O'Brien's article, Accusatory AI, How Widespread Misuse of Technology is Harming Students. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Great, thank you very much. And that takes us to the end of that item. Board, we're going to take a 10-minute break so that we can all defrost. See you back at 4:17.